if you still have a question, then please reach out to me through Twitter, right? Then I will be answering as soon as I found your message. Please bear with me as I am living in a different time zone, so sometimes your daytime is my nighttime. So the response may be delayed. So anyway, so thanks for listening. I hope you really enjoyed my session. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. I think there's an overwhelming response for your session. So all I can say is that it really has resonated with the use cases that we're looking to implement, especially when it comes to going above and beyond what you can achieve within Power Apps and really augmenting it, really. And I think this session in particular really helped us to understand how to be able to achieve those requirements. So again, thank you so much, Justin. You've shared all your links, which is really good. Everyone is happy with that. And
No
there's just been, as you can see from the chat, everyone is really, really happy with your presentation. I found it very, very useful, very educating, and also very entertaining as well. I think your delivery was also really good as well. We really enjoyed it. I like that you brought your flavor from South Korea. I really enjoyed the flavor from South Korea. So thank you for bringing that along with your technical session today. It's inspired us all. So thank you once again. And I know it says at 2 a.m. in the morning now in South Korea. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Wow, fantastic. Well, everybody, without further ado, night to Justin. Thank you again, Justin. It was a great pleasure.
Thanks for having me, and enjoy your rest of the day.
So you all know how to connect with Justin on Twitter and on GitHub. There you have it, Justin Chronicle on Twitter and Justin Yu on GitHub. And he's also on LinkedIn as well. So please connect with him. I know a lot of the community sessions are level 300, 400. For those that are looking who are developers, professional developers, then Justin is really doing some really awesome use cases when it comes to augmenting the Power Platform. And so we are on the hour. It is 5 o'clock. So without further ado, it's over to Heiko. Heiko, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Hi there.
Heiko. So Heiko, you're dialing in from Germany today. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. Yes.
Fantastic. So I know you've got some special treats for everyone regarding PowerShell. I know there's lots of people here that are already using PowerShell. There are many attendees who have not started to use PowerShell yet, but want to start using it. So we can see your screen. So without further ado, I know you've got a lot to get through today. So over to you, Heiko.
Okay, Res. Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks for having me. Thanks for the chance to talk to you guys about how to unlock the power of PowerShell across your organization. So I have 30 minutes, so it's going to be kind of a wild ride. I want to talk about a few aspects around PowerShell in general, the challenges, and how Script Runner can help you to actually unlock the power of PowerShell, to really use it across your whole organization. You can also get the slides already. They are on my GitHub repo. You can just go here and use the QR code if you like. And let me just start with just quickly introduce who we are. So Script Runner, we are a company from Germany. We are into PowerShell management. Here you see part of my of our team. That's me. So you can reach me on Twitter, on LinkedIn, of course, on GitHub and stuff like that. And and we are very much into community. And for example, we are supporting all kinds of PowerShell communities, but also obviously the Power community, Experts Live and stuff like that. And one part of supporting people who are maybe starting PowerShell or maybe want to learn more or want to have some information that help them in the day-to-day business, we provide a free PowerShell poster, which we send out throughout the whole globe. So if you want to have a cheat sheet for your day-to-day PowerShell usage, go to our website. register, and we will send that through and to your address, and you can hang it to your office wall. So it's a pretty big poster, and as I said, it's really, really helpful, no matter if you're on a beginner stage, if you're intermediate, or if you're an expert, because, well, we all need some help, right? All right, so with this, let's look at the potential of PowerShell. So in general, of course, PowerShell is a great technology to do all kinds of things in your infrastructure, no matter if it's on a command line, if you're scripting. The great thing about having that technology really is to not just, as you know, not just use it for all the Windows platforms and stuff like that. Now with PowerShell 7, it's cross-platform. So we're talking Linux, we're talking Mac OS as well. And we have not just Microsoft being committed to PowerShell, but many, many other vendors. And we have a strong community around the world, which is really great. So if we're looking at the ecosystem in PowerShell, there is, of course, Microsoft providing PowerShell for all their solutions. We have other major vendors supporting PowerShell, and we have the community who adds up things that might not come from the vendors. And we see things for platforms like CyberArk, for example, or other use cases, or for Slack or whatever, or DBA tools for SQL and stuff like that. So there's really a strong and ever-growing ecosystem around PowerShell, which is really great. And of course, you can use it around the Power Platform, of course, and we're going to take a look at a little bit about that as well to see what can you do with PowerShell. But I want to talk about PowerShell and automation in general. And if you look at the challenges, so one thing is, okay, there are really great things that you can do with PowerShell, but there are obviously also a number of challenges. And depending, again, on where you are in your PowerShell journey, no matter if you're at the beginner stage, if you already have some kind of experience, or you're really kind of a PowerShell ninja already, maybe, there are things that you might start asking, okay, I have these PowerShell scripts, and I know how to code, and I have the PowerShell modules. I want to bring it to a level where really the whole organization can benefit from the things that I'm writing with PowerShell. If it's for the Power Platform, if it's for Azure or whatever. And so the things that we see here in many situations is sometimes, not really sometimes, but quite often really the situation is like, maybe like in this picture, it's like, okay, there is some kind of chaos around PowerShell. You have scripts everywhere, all over the place, and then you start asking, okay, where are the latest versions? Where are the modules? How can I use it? How can I give this to somebody else to work with it? We also see a PowerShell know-how bottleneck quite a lot, no matter how much and how big the organization is. If it's a small one, a medium one, or even the enterprise ones, there are a handful of people who are really deep into PowerShell, but outside of that, let's say, expert circle, it's really like, okay, it's difficult to tell somebody in help desk, okay, how to run a PowerShell script to maybe spin up a new VM, or to start an onboarding process, or whatever kind of use case. And so what also we see here is that because with PowerShell, you need to have the credentials to do things in your backend system, to create new teams, new VMs, or whatever. So it's really, one of the challenges really is how to handle these credentials in a secure way. And because of all these aspects, we really see that PowerShell is only really being used in these expert circles, like, you know, the high priests of magic automation with PowerShell, so to speak. And so from our perspective, really, the potential that this great technology PowerShell really brings with all the capability really remains untapped. And so that's where our solution comes into the picture, where we think about, okay, what can you do in order to really unlock the power of PowerShell across your organization? And so compared to the picture that we just saw, you know, there is scripts everywhere and kind of unorganized. From our perspective, it's really about starting to standardize everything around PowerShell, to centralize all the different aspects when it comes to using PowerShell. having an easy accessibility to people who are not into PowerShell, who are in service desk or end users, who you don't want to train them, you don't want to teach them how to work on and to use the PowerShell console and stuff like that. And of course, it's also about monitoring, to have the information about what script ran at what time, how long did it take, was there an issue with running scripts with particular backend systems, for example. And it's also about integration, so not just seeing this PowerShell stuff as a standalone solution, but really enable other systems to trigger PowerShell scripts in a very well-managed way, in a secure way. And that's actually what we are looking at with our solution. And so what we are doing is we are centralizing all the scripts and all the modules. So they have them all in a central place. And if you say, okay, I don't even have started maybe using PowerShell, we are here to help you as well, because we have what we call action packs on GitHub. You have, I think at the moment we have 1,500 scripts there for many different platforms, for on-premises solutions, for Office 365, for Azure, for Exchange Online and stuff like that. So you can go there, you can take these scripts, they help you to start, they give you some inspiration about what you can do with PowerShell actually. So this is something that I really can recommend, to go there and take a look at these action packs, because they are really helpful. So we have the scripts, we have the modules, so everything is centralized. You don't have to worry about, is the module for the Power App module or the VMware module installed at one desktop, so I can delegate an execution of a script. We also centralized the credential management, which also includes that we support password servers. So the credentials to run a script against an Office 365 tenant or an Azure subscription, it can be stored in a CyberArk system or in a Psychotic system or Pleasant. And what ScriptRammer does is actually we are requesting this information in real time when a script wants to connect a PowerShell session and establish a PowerShell session to a backend system. No information is stored in the scripts. No information is stored somewhere around our script runner management solution. It's really something that only is being used during runtime. And one very important aspect of the solution also is that the only instance that actually runs PowerShell is the script runner instance. So only script runner needs to have access to the backend system where you want to use PowerShell for. Only script runner needs to have this access to the credentials, as we just mentioned. On the other side, if we think about a user over here that you want to enable to start a use case in Office 365, in Teams, in Azure, in SharePoint, SQL, or whatever, these users are only talking to script runner. So number one, they don't need to have any access to your backend system. And number two, they don't need to have any permissions in this backend system, because that's all managed by script runner. And then because we're talking about people who are maybe not even heard about PowerShell, it has to be easy. And so what we're doing is we are creating automatically a input form based on the PowerShell script. So with no extra coding, we take the information from the scripts, transform them into a user interface, just like you see here. There's an example for spinning up, creating a new team, for example. And what's interesting, of course, also if you maybe know this new team command, that there are dozens of parameters, but we only see 3 of them. And that's because in the background, all the parameters are already predefined in the way that the company wants it to be configured, like Giphy is allowing yes or no, private channels, public channels, or whatever. So we only really display the information that needs the attention of the user. Everything else is still there when script runner processes the script. It's all being used, but it's not something that the user has to see and the user has to select or to modify. And so that's why it becomes a really easy way of working with PowerShell. And that's then where they start really looking into delegation, depending on what kind of users. They might see 5 use cases, 10 use cases, or whatever. And of course, it can grow over time, depending on what kind of people you have in help desk or in your line of business departments and teams. And as I said, it's also about having the integration with other systems, because the execution of the scripts can be three ways. One is manual. Somebody helped us, maybe works with it. The second one, of course, would be scheduled. And the third one is that there could be a flow that triggers the execution. There could be a SharePoint workflow. There could be whatever kind of system that connects via the REST API with our solution to trigger these scripts. And so with this, really, we can say this is really something that enables you to use PowerShell not just in this, as I mentioned, expert circle. It's really something that helps you. And I just, as I mentioned, this password server stuff. Of course, security around PowerShell is a big issue and a big topic. And we can also help you here. We have a free ebook. I think it's 130 pages, something. It covers all the built-in security functionality of PowerShell. So if you're interested in that, you can just also go to our website and you get access to this PDF, which really helps you to make sure you are providing a secure PowerShell environment, which of course is one of the key things. All right, so with this, I'm going to switch very quickly to my demo environment. And just to let you know, because I'm really switching here pretty quickly, I will have another session in the PowerShell Saturday I think it's 20th of February. So I'm going to have an hour where we can take a look in much more detail into the stuff that I'm just touching on the surface today. All right, so with this, let me just show you how what I just mentioned really looks like in real life. So I said we are centralizing all the scripts. So here we have the scripts. We detect if a script detects functions. So this is something that you can use later on for delegation. We have a centralized credential management for all the different backend systems that you might need. And we have the targets, which are like the Office 65 tenants, your Azure subscriptions, your Exchange server, your SharePoint farm or whatever. And with this, we can create this use cases. And a use case could be something like, maybe managing Flow or Power Apps, or maybe managing Teams or Exchange Online or something like this. And we call this actions. So these actions represent the use case. And coming back to the picture that I just showed you in the slide, which was around Teams, is like, okay, I can run this here. And what happens here is really in the background, in real time, we look at the script and we create this input form here. We can take a look at a example here for Flow, for example, which is exactly the same thing. And what happens here is, for example, I already get a list of the existing flows to decide, okay, what do I want to configure here? And so this is the admin view. Now I could say, okay, I created a use case, and in the background, it is a PowerShell script. But now I want to delegate that. And now this could be something like, okay, here I'm logged in as a user, Tina, just a normal domain user based on the delegation within Script Runner. This person is able to fulfill some kind or all the tasks that have been delegated to this person. And if we take a look at the use case that we just saw, it's the same thing. We have these three parameters that we can select. Here we have the member. So of course, if in the script we have mandatory parameters, we have to fill out this information. If we have date time parameter, we automatically display a date time picker, which is an example that you could see here. So we're automatically translating everything from the script into something that's really easy to use. The user doesn't have to know anything about PowerShell. And to make it even easier, because here we are still in the Script Runner application, you could say, okay, I want to integrate that into my existing self-service portal, and I want to enable somebody from this portal to maybe spin up a new team or maybe spin up a new VM in Azure or something like this. And so even this person doesn't even have to know that there's a script runner doing something in the background. It is integrated into the UI of this portal, and it is as easy as possible, so to speak, to really get PowerShell into a situation where, if you look at this example, of course, where is PowerShell? It's really deep down managed with script runner. There is no need for the users to know anything about it. And so all the use cases that you maybe already have implemented in PowerShell, or maybe now all the things that you think about could be implemented and delegated and automated with PowerShell, can be put into this solution. And of course, we also want to know then at the end, okay, what are we gaining from it, right? So of course, if I'm looking at the portal, I can, for example, use the efficiency dashboard that tells me, okay, I have a number of actions and a number of use cases, and anytime this is being done via the automation part, I'm saving, let's say, 20 minutes for this particular task, and then we're calculating what time you're saving. What's the money you're saving by automating that stuff? And you could, of course, change the currency and then of course the wages. And then based on that, we're calculating that, which is of course a great thing for, as we all know, the management. So they can see, okay, so why are we using PowerShell? Why are we automating things with script runner in this case? And of course, talking about the integration with Power Apps and Flow. So one thing is, of course, managing and using the existing PowerShell modules for Power Apps, where you have this one for administrator and for the makers, as they call it. But of course, you could also think about, okay, maybe I want to trigger the execution of this PowerShell scripts through Flow, and that's something that, of course, you can do. And in the previous session, we heard about these custom connectors, and we can create a custom connector that really talks to a script runner. And based on that, for example, you could have a flow. Again, here, this is an example for creating a new team, for example. Let me just put that in here. Okay, very sensible information here. Okay, my demo users are pretty musical typically, so sorry for that. Let me just do it. All right. Okay, so based on this integration with script runner in the background, we should be. Let me just switch back here. We should see, if we are lucky, that in the background there should be some activity going on, because that's another thing that really happens, of course, with the centralization of PowerShell scripts, is because script runner is the only instance that runs the script. We have the information about, okay, there was this user Haiku who actually started to this process, and now we can see in real time what's actually happening. We also see that the parameters that are, as I mentioned, are in the background already predefined, and they are being used when we execute the script. You can all see that here, and you can have all the information. You can have drill downs about the activities, no matter if it's been triggered manually, if it's been triggered scheduled, or via the REST API. All this information is really summed up here in this dashboard. And with this, I will go back to my presentation. Just a second. And hopefully we will have some time for questions if we have them. All right. Okay. So that was really a quick jump into what we're doing. So if you think about script runner and PowerShell, it's really about taking this great technology with all the different possibilities, and with the script runner on top, you can really make it something that the administrator can use. You can have the people in DevOps, developers to help those people, and end users. And that's really when we say, okay, this is how to unlock the potential of PowerShell across your whole organization, because the admins become happy because they can start delegating stuff where they at the moment are not able to, maybe based on PowerShell, but know-how bottleneck because of security concerns and stuff like that. Then you have the help desk people who are really able to do more and provide more services without asking the IT guys, and so they can provide a better service. So their customers become happy. And then, of course, you have the end users with the self-services that can do things themselves. The developers of the PowerShell script become even more the heroes, I would say, because the thing that they do is not just something that's being consumed by the IT guys. It's really something where the whole organization can benefit from. And looking at that from a DevOps perspective, of course, there is an integration and synchronization with GitHub, for example, or with Azure DevOps, where the scripts that are ending up after developing, testing, and coming into the production branch can be automatically synchronized with script runners, so to make them available for these people. And of course, we see the management side being happy because, of course, you become more productive in your organization. So many things that you can do with PowerShell, and now it's really open up to the whole organization. If you like what you saw, you could, of course, start testing the solution. There is a 30-day trial version. We can always, of course, arrange a individual session. And of course, as I said, I'll be back on the PowerShell Saturday Bootcamp. So there we're going to have 1 hour time to really go more into the details, how that whole stuff works, how it can help you to take PowerShell on a level where the automation with PowerShell is, again, not just something for the IT experts. You can really use it in a much broader range, and I think that's something that really helps all of you. All right. So with this, I would be able to take some questions. I'm just looking at the chat if there are some questions. Okay, there was some question. Okay, he's an HDC fan. That's true. Okay, that's quite obvious. You can. I mean, you can download that. It's a solution that, by the way, of course, you could obviously, because it's something. It's a Windows based. You could just put it into in an Azure VM and run it there, for example. Okay, what's your favorite PowerShell commandlet and why? Well, at the moment, because I'm using that very, very often, is really everything around Teams, because it really simplifies a lot of things, and having this the possibilities to really standardize the whole process. The second one I'm using pretty much is really managing VMware with the Power CLI. That's something that also works. Yeah, stop computer. Yeah. Sometimes maybe now, maybe for the weekend. Yeah. All right. Are there any other questions? So of course, feel free again to contact me, to go to our website. And as I said earlier on, if you interested in to learn more about PowerShell, and you can have this, I don't know if you can see it, maybe not because of the background. There is this poster that really is quite helpful for, you can see it anyway. It has the commandlets for Active Directory. Talks about, I'm just looking at my office wall, PowerShell classes, the WMI and stuff like that, and so it's really great. Okay, so I don't see any questions. So then I thank you a lot for attending this session. I hope I could show you what really you could do with PowerShell within this 30 minutes. And again, if you want to learn more about it, I would be very happy to see you again on the PowerShell Saturday Bootcamp on the 20th. And then we have really more time to go into more the technical details and how this can help you with automating your Power App environment, but also, of course, talking about how to use PowerShell for all the other aspects and how to make it a solution that really can help you in your whole organization.
Thank you for that, Heiko. I know you had to cover a lot in 30 minutes there, but that is right. So this bootcamp does last for a few weeks, right? So we've got this weekend, we've got the following weekend for RPA, and then the following week, it's PowerShell, right? So you get a whole day just focused on administration with PowerShell. So you can get to know more about how to leverage this utility again as part of this boot camp. So again, thank you, Heiko, for that. And do you have any final words for everyone before they see you next time?
Well, I would say if you haven't started using PowerShell, start looking into it. Look for the most annoying task in your life in your administration life, and start using PowerShell, and you will see the benefits very, very quickly. And then take the journey with the community. It's awesome, just like the Power community, and it's really a fun ride.
Thank you so much again, Heiko, joining us all the way from Germany. That's fantastic. Okay, so we now are over from PowerShell automation to communication automation. So we have Vance and Ed from Solgari Communications. Vance, are you there? Hello.
Hi, Raz.
Hi there, Vance. You're with us. Great. And is Ed joining us today as well?
Yeah, Vance and Ed both here. How are you, Raz?
Oh, fantastic. Okay, let's get you on the screen. Are you able to share your screen, please? Oh,
Yeah.
There you are. I can see you. Yeah. If somebody could share the screen, that'd be really, really great.
Yeah, I'm here, Raz. How are you?
Fantastic, guys.
Can you see us, Raz? Yeah.
I think something's happening. There we are.
Nice. Just hold on 1 second. I'm going to share again.
Oh, it was fine. It was fine.
Okay. Hi, Raz. You can hear us okay?
We can hear you. Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Well, Vance and I are both here. So I'll introduce myself first, and Vance will introduce himself. So I'm Ed Grant. To the audience, I'm a COO and co-founder at Solgari, and great to meet everybody today.
Yeah, hi, and I'm Vance Harris. I'm the CTO and co-founder also, and great to have you guys on the call.
Yeah, great. So Vance and I are going to go through some of the automated customer and contact tracing solutions that are out in the market, and we're powering through Power Automate and Dynamics 365 through our own solutions. So hope you'll find the session of interest, and please ask questions on the way through the chat channel, and we'll try and pick it up as we go along. So just as a quick introduction, no, that's not working. Okay, sorry, you're gonna have to start again. Oh, sorry for this. Technology, yeah. No, that's wrong. Okay. On screen share, okay. Let me just go on to the second slide.
There we have you back, Ed.
Sorry about this, Raz. Just give me 1 second. It's just one screen share properly.
That's fine.
Okay, I'm just going to move on to the second slide because I think that's where the problem is.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Fantastic.
We're moving on. Great. All right, listen, I'm going to be brief on this one. So if you don't know about myself and Vance on our company, we're called Solgari. We're a Microsoft Inner Circle for Biz Apps partner, premium tier ISV partner as well. And we have an application that delivers an all-channel, all-function cloud communication solution. So we're actually the first ISV that delivers a fully integrated solution across all different channels. So voice and video and SMS and chat, but also social media as well. So WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter, all of these channels are all the same on our platform, and our customers can interact with the outside world with their customers across all these different channels. And we also provide then all the underlying functionality that you would require to run your sales and your marketing, with very heavy volume. So contact center application, the ability to record and archive the different conversations regardless of the channels being used, analytics, the ability then to present different numbers, all the carrier capability that you require to carry voice and messaging traffic all around the world. So it's a fully integrated solution end to end. And it's presented as part of Dynamics 365. And indeed, we're using more and more the Power Platform, particularly Automate, in terms of automated communications, which is the area we're going to show you about today. We have a very deep relationship with Microsoft, both commercially, which I've just touched on there, but also technically. So we do lots of different things around the Power Platform, conversation intelligence on top of Dynamics, and our solutions are becoming deeper and deeper entwined. So that's just a little bit about us. We have customers all around the world, over 40 countries now, and some of the recent demand we have about using Power Automate and generating automated communications is very interesting. So just as how this all looks in terms of how we interact with Dynamics and the Power Platform, at the top of the screen there, you can see obviously on the Microsoft side the various things that are relevant to our solution. So you'll see, for example, conversation intelligence. We got customer voice, which I'm going to talk a little bit about in this presentation, because we're using Power Automate in terms of powering Dynamics 365 customer voice. And our solution then is everything that you see in the white boxes there. So we've got what's called Solgari Converse, which is a pillar of our stack, which handles all the different communication channels. So Converse is presented automatically within Dynamics 365 once you log in. If you have what's called the challenge creation framework deployed in the tenancy and you have an account on Solgari, our UI will present in whichever unified app you're using. And as I said before, it covers all the different channels. Whatever channels you want can be provided through Converse. So that's Converse. And then you have what's called Console. Console is where you have all the different functionality, such as the contact center type functionality, the recording and archiving, analytics, etc. Also, then there's what's called Solgari Automate, which is the core of our presentation today. Solgari Automate is the piece of our solution that drives outbound, inbound, two-way automated communications or hybrid communications, where you might have a combination of automation within the business, let's say across SMS or voice or even WhatsApp. And then you might want to go from an automated channel to a live agent channel because that's what the customer wants to do. So Automate drives all of that. And we're going to show you a little bit of automation in this presentation. So it's an all business function solution. It can be stood up very quickly in the cloud. There's no software or hardware required. It's all delivered in the browser once it's configured. So that's a little introduction to ourselves. I'm going to ask Vance then to take over from me here and talk about a little bit about what we're doing with Power Automate before we go into some examples. Please, Vance.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to be speaking to you all here today, guys. So just very simply, and you'll see that we've called it Solgari Automate. In actual fact, I will tell you that Solgari Automate existed before Power Automate. So we didn't just copy it. So fundamentally, what we're talking about here is having Dynamics 365 Surface with an embedded communications capability right there on the real estate. It can be moved out of the way, but it can be brought back onto the real estate. It takes up a little bit of room, but not too much. And on the other side of the equation, we have what's called Sugari Automate, and right in the very middle, then we have Power Automate. Now, the fundamental here is to consider this, that ordinarily when you have a surface like D365 where a user is moving through that surface and picking up records and adding records and amending records, at the same time a record of interest may require you to communicate with another end user. It could be through just simple messaging, it could be WhatsApp, WeChat, it could be an audio call, video call, it doesn't matter what it is. And from that surface, you can directly drive that communication, and that's the fundamental here. And so it's very interactive. So you've got a scenario where somebody may call in to your D365 instance, pick up the Sugari embedded communicator, and then drive dynamics. So it's a two-way communication. You can bring a record up onto the screen because somebody's called in, or you can call out from a screen. That's fundamentally it, using any channel that you like at any time. So if we go to the next slide, what we're talking about here is not the interactive side so much, which you see at the top, where the customer is either communicated with from the surface or communicates into the surface, but rather more at the bottom, where rather than it being interactive, you can actually completely automate the whole communications system. So what we're doing here fundamentally is saying, look, sure, somebody can click a button and do click to dial, or some action may create some form of outbound communication. Maybe you've updated an order and you want to automatically call the customer to say, hey, the agent wants to talk to the customer to say this has happened. So there's a certain amount of automation within the D365 surface as such, but this is outside of the agent altogether, or the user of D365. This is completely an automated position whereby the D365 data at the back end is in a position to be able to be trawled through or passed for a small or indeed extremely large batch, millions of contact scenarios that you want to actually make happen without any user intervention whatsoever. So Microsoft Power Automate in the bottom right hand side there is able to pass through a bunch of records on a daemon. So it could be at, say, 9 o'clock every morning. We want to take a look at all of the people that we have on our contact tracing scenario for COVID-19. This is just an example. And we want to make contact with all of those people to see whether today they have some symptoms. So you pass through the Dynamics 365 data set, find out all of those guys that we're still in the 14-day period, and we're going to create 7.8 million SMS communique that we're going to send out to those guys and say, how are you today? If you're good, press 0. If you're not, press 1. There's an example. So what Power Automate does then is it drives the Sugari Automate situation or scenario by driving through the Sugari Automate COM API. So it just fires 1.7 million, let's say, for example, SMS requests. They all get sent into the database, and then without going through too much detail here, the various components then pick up those records from the database and either spread them out throughout the day so that it doesn't put too much load on the users that are ultimately going to have to pick this up, or it may just send them all out at once. It doesn't matter. It then goes through the Automate channel and we fire out all of those SMSs. As the guys come back with 0, I don't have any symptoms, 1, I'm feeling a little bit ill today, the reverse happens. They go back into the database, the system picks up the records that have come back in, sends them to Power Automate, Microsoft Power Automate, and Microsoft Power Automate updates their record. With on Tuesday they said they had a few problems, had a week off. And so you can see the whole cycle there, whereby without any kind of interaction with the user, the whole automation occurs. And the reverse is true also. You know, customers can come back to us unsolicited. It may not be that we've sent stuff out to them. It may well be that they've just come into us. It's a service that's open. I'd like to reorder my product. It's open at all times, so they just type reorder on an SMS, or they call in, or they send a WhatsApp. It doesn't matter what it is. It comes into the database, goes off to Power Automate. Power Automate actions it on the D365 surface.
Great, Vance. So here's I'll just Vance touched on some examples here. So here on your screen, you can see a hybrid journey or multiple journeys that our customers are doing using exactly the approach that Vance just outlined there. So this, for example, in a manufacturing business, you've got IVR options on the voice side across the top line. They have 3 options. They choose an automated option of reorder, like what Vance said. The customer hears the purchase confirmation via text to speech, or the customer, for example, then could use a SMS option. I'm going to show you this in a second, actually. They receive the purchase confirmation on SMS, or then the customer may actually call the company and speak to a live agent. The live agent updates Dynamics, customer then receives an SMS to inform the delivery date of the product. In this case, it's ice. And the customer elects to change the delivery date on the SMS. They could do it on the SMS. I could ring a live agent, and the agent updates again in Dynamics what the customer wants. We're going to show you this in a second. But as Van said there's multiple scenarios for this. So we've got this, utility companies are using it for contract renewal. We talked about a manufacturing business for reordering. We got contact tracing. This underlying type of approach is used for contact tracing, which Vance touched on. So just on an example of a hybrid customer journey, this is a North American company that produces manufactured ice. And on the right hand side, hopefully you'll see this when the IVR starts. But we have an inbound call into.
Welcome to Arctic Glacier. To reorder ice now, press 1. For billing inquiries, press 2. To chase an order, press 3. Or press 0 at any time to speak to someone.
Okay, well, I'm going to reorder, so I'm going to press 1.
Your next delivery will be tomorrow at 12:15.
Perfect.
If you would like to change this delivery date, press 5.
I'm happy with that delivery date, so I can end the call.
Okay, so this was, if you remember the previous slide, everybody, this was the option number 1. This was the automated voice solution. So again, remember, everything that Vance said is happening here. So Power Automate is now updating Dynamics with what that customer asked. So we've refreshed it, and you'll see that bag of ice has been confirmed for that new delivery date. So that was the delivery date for tomorrow. So you can see that there in the middle of the screen, and that was all done via Power Automate and Sagari automate using speech to text. So there's 2 more scenarios that are in this, which I'm just going to try and click onto a little bit here. So this is the SMS option here. So instead of using voice, the customer now is going to go to Arctic Glacier. So he's going to send an SMS this time for a reorder. So let's just watch this for a second. So it might be a retailer, for example, they need more ice, and he's put in reorder on his SMS. He hasn't made a voice call. So again, Power Automate's in action here, and it's going to update Dynamics with the customer's request. So we've received it, and it's been confirmed. So let's have a look in Dynamics to see what's happened. And there we are. We've another order submitted, all automated. Okay, so then one last example here is it's outbound journey. So this is the customer, or this is the ice company confirming to the customer that the order delivery is tomorrow, and is giving them some options. You see on the right hand side. So the customer has pressed 5 to confirm, and again same applies again. So that'll be confirmed. and the underlying process will continue on, and that ICE delivery will go out. So what's happening here? So this is your prime example of business process automation using Dynamics, using Power Automate and our own solution. And it's driving, for this particular customer, it's driving customer satisfaction, it's driving efficiency, it's reducing cost, of course, because less agents are involved, and it's all streamlined. So, and also very competitive. So in this particular case, this particular customer's own competition don't use SMS or automated voice. So an impact here is absolutely tremendous. And you should be able to think about the multiple applications this has across automated business processes. So I'm going to go on to the next slide. This is on the outbound side. So this is just slightly different variation of what we were discussing, whereby, again, you can use the automated approach for outbound sales campaigns. So if you think about Dynamics 365 sales and you're doing, let's say, customer renewals, or you're doing some kind of a prospecting campaign, you can create a campaign in Dynamics. You can then power that campaign outbound using Solgari Automate. Agents are deployed to answer the calls as they're connected, depending on who the customer is. It might be an account, an existing account. It might be a prospect. It might be someone completely new. Depending on any of those scenarios, it'll pop it in Dynamics, and it'll allow the agent then to know who they're dealing with if there's a record in Dynamics. All call records in relation to the campaign are stored in Dynamics. Also, SMS can be used. Even WhatsApp now can be used in these type of outbound campaigns. And you can see there's multiple stories there. So this is also a variation of the theme, but in this case, live agents are involved in dealing with the actual customer interactions. So just thought we'd show you a little bit on that. I'm not going to show you a demo of it. This one is, again, using Power Automate. Vance and our tech team are working with Microsoft in launching this solution. And this is our Dynamics 365 customer voice solution. So what's happening at the bottom of the screen, everybody, is a survey is being created in Dynamics 365 customer voice. And the customer is going to send out this survey using voice to the outside party. So we just might listen to this for a second.
Hello, Vance. This is your employer Kotoso calling to check in your wellness today. Your health and well-being are important to us. We will go through a few questions. Please answer based on your experience in the last 24 hours. Answering yes or no. First, have you been in close contact with a person who has tested positive for COVID-19 that you know of?
No.
Answering yes or no. Do you have any symptoms that includes fever, coughing, sore throat, difficulty of breathing, body aches, or loss of taste?
Yes.
Can you please describe your symptoms?
Fever.
Thank you for providing the information to ensure a safe and healthy work environment. Be safe and stay healthy. Goodbye.
And on the screen then you'll see the automated responses are updated in customer voice. And that again is using Power Automate, the power that two-way interaction across the automated voice channel. Vance, do you want to maybe mention on this on the SMS side as well, that what we're doing at Microsoft around that? I think that might be of interest as well.
Yeah, what if I could remember? I think we were talking the other day. The most common phrase, or the most used phrase in 2020 was "you're on mute." So yeah, just imagine it being just exactly the same. So what happens is that the Microsoft customer voice application, you can craft all of these various questions, and they all come in different types. That it only showed a very small number of them there. You can do ratings, so on a scale of 1 to 5, you know, how dapper is Ed Grant's dress. I'd reply 5, and then there are other questions like just in free form. You know, can you describe your experience with our company today and anything you might do to improve our service? And they can just chat away, and we will transcribe all of that. So So you can see that's very rich, and you can hear what it's like in voice. That particular voice that you heard there is a little bit robotic. In production, it's actually much better than that. Uses a neural net type speech generator. On the SMS side, what we actually do is take exactly the same set of questions, but we craft a template and send it as it's not data, but it is an SMS, and it drives it onto the phone, and then you can respond to the SMS on the phone as well. So it's just exactly the same thing, but moving into the data side as opposed to the voice side. And the same goes with WhatsApp. We can create these WhatsApp templates, and you can just fill them in on your screen and press submit, and away you go. All comes back to Dynamics 365 customer voice and gets updated in the surface there.
So you can see that this is customer feedback management is what this area is in, and again it's automating that. So as opposed to sending out an email template and waiting for a response or not getting a response, this approach then turns into real-time automated updates of in the case there, obviously it was a COVID-19 survey for employees, but clearly it could have any purpose. So the various use cases, if we just recap what we showed you here today, was we showed you automated communications for manufacturing. We talked about customer voice. We talked about the contact tracing type scenario, and the demand for these automated interactions with customers and staff and contacts is absolutely everywhere, and it's all the reasons that I said to you there. It's efficiency, it's real time, it's reducing cost, it's customer satisfaction. So huge area, and Power Automate plays a huge role in it. So it's there's some fantastic applications coming out around this area. So I hope this was of interest. So just to finish up, and I don't particularly want to talk about ourselves, but this is what we do in terms of the points that we're looking to solve for customers. And as I hinted, it's widespread. So the digital transformation, the customer experience, think about that manufacturing experience there. That is a huge boon for that company, Arctic Glacier, to move to that kind of automated process and give them a differentiator versus their competition. Again, if there's high volume involved, this is a great approach to use automation as well. Business process automation we spoke about, self-service, customer feedback management. And all these areas are hugely in play across lots of different sectors. So we talked about today were utilities, we talked about manufacturing, we talked about healthcare, but we're seeing it widespread. Financial services is obviously very obvious as well, particularly in the B2C space, doing prospecting, doing customer interaction. For example, God forbid, debt collection. So debt collection with real-time credit card payments of debt collection and so on. So all this is happening at the moment. So thought it would be useful, Raz, to show the audience this. And if there's any questions in the chat, which I'm not looking at, please let us know, or if you can take live questions, that'd be great. We still have a few minutes, but I hope our session was of interest. And if there's anything we can do to help, or any questions or areas that people want advice on, please reach out, and we'll be very happy to engage.
Thank you once again, Ed and Vance, showcasing the omni-channel empowerment for the Power Platform. So essentially what you showed there was the model-driven Power App, and you're also showing the use cases in two in particular, one in healthcare and the other for the Arctic ice. So two I would say very significant use cases already for an automated communication requirement. Just looking at the questions here in the chat, there's a question saying thanks, very nice. So I was wondering if anybody had any kind of industry challenges where they feel they could leverage on using this kind of automatic communication response solution. So the typical scenarios, as you all know, as mentioned by Ed and by Vance, basically, are the typical scenarios in which you would use this type of solution would be in a situation where you need a very, very high scale and a high number of interactions, and to gather responses and sentiments. I'd be interested to know if there's sentiments that are included in that as well. I guess that'll be difficult. I do have a question. Vance, and that is what are the main metrics that organizations are using from such a solution?
Yeah, that's one thing that's a very good question. That's one area that actually it was almost accidental that it came to be, but that's absolutely a great question. Yeah. So the beautiful thing about this kind of thing is that we are very heavily involved with AI, real AI, as opposed to the sort of the plastic stuff, and some of the stuff that we send out, because we send out so much, we're able to see the degree to which the responses are good or bad. I mean, it's very, very interesting, the sort of stuff that you get back. So you might say, press 0 if you've got symptoms, or 1 if you don't, and then you get this. So instead of 0 or 1, you get, I haven't heard anything from you since my last positive test. It's like, well, what do you do with that? So and the question is, what do you do with that? And the sort of metrics that we pull together, we've done a phenomenal amount of work in remodeling speech models, which has been amazing because we've got so much speech. In fact, we currently own the world's largest correctly labeled speech corpus, which is quite an achievement. And you can also generate all these statistics based on the sort of responses you get, on against the kind of requests that you send. So there are a lot of metrics. There's rather too many to go on in the time that we have left, unfortunately. But I'd be happy to. I think our email is on the slide somewhere. So if you want to reach out to me, I can talk further on it.
Awesome. So we've come to the end of the session, guys. Is there any last comments you'd like to make?
I'll just say that, Raz, that the potential solutions are absolutely unlimited, and as Vance mentioned, it can be across any channel, and you could even be sharing files automatically. So, and in the healthcare, for example. So it's I think the audience is well aware that the Power Platform and where we're going with Power Automate is, it's very nascent. We're only starting, right? And the types of things that we're talking here about are real world things that we're doing, and it's been driven by demand, and we're seeing lots more of it. I talked about the industries that we're seeing it so far, but I think we're going to see this absolutely everywhere. So, we'd be very interested to hear from anyone else that's on the session as well, if they can get back to us with things that they're seeing in the market and what they're working on. It'd be good to share notes. Be very happy to hear that. So hopefully we can do that and interact as well as we move on.
Super. Out of time now. So listen, guys, thanks so much for being an audience with us here today. A very healthy number. It's great to see. Hope you're all safe and well.
And that was Ed and Vance. So thank you again, Ed and Vance from Solgari Omnichannel Communications, with that great demonstration of using Power Automate and the Power Platform for automated communications. And without further ado, we have Pieter. There you are, Pieter. Okay, so let's ensure Pieter can present.
I'll just take myself off mute, and I think you can now hear me.
Yes, we can, Pieter. So once again, thank you for joining us today.
You're very welcome.
Max of MVP Pieter, over to you.
Okay. Well, first of all, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, or good day, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the Global Automation Bootcamp, and I'll basically have a look at the flow magic today. But before I do that, I will first give you a quick introduction of myself. My name is Pieter Veenstra. I was born in the Netherlands, but live in the UK. My Twitter handle is @Pieter Veenstra. It's quite useful, just my name. And my blog is basically sharepains.com. This is where a lot of my articles will appear. And today, a lot of the content that I'm talking about will basically already exist, or some of it already exists on my blog. I will give you some links towards the relevant blog posts at the end of the presentation. Then I've been an MVP since 2017, and I work for hybrid services in the UK and do all sorts of SharePoint stuff, Power Platform stuff, and anything else that's related. That's roughly enough about me, I think. Basically, the story today, it's all about flow magic. And to get you a little bit into the atmosphere, I basically want to get that bunny out of the hat today. But the big question is, what is flow magic? There are a couple of elements, I think, which I would call flow magic. One is basically performance. If that flow that you develop, if that performs really fast, that's flow magic. If you use really great APIs and it works better, great, that's flow magic. But the most important bit is when you create a flow in Power Automate and somebody else looks at it and goes, whoa, that is really good. I'd never thought about that. And that's basically one of the things I see quite often with my clients. They develop a flow themselves, and then it doesn't really perform that well. And you just have a quick little look, a few little tweaks, and suddenly that flow that used to take 8 hours to run, now suddenly runs in 30 seconds or something like that. And that is the great wow moment. And that's basically what my presentation today will all be about. How can I make those flows run faster? But it's not, performance is not just about running faster. It's also about failure handling, for example. If any of you have read my blogs over the last many years, you will remember the first blog post that came out about the try, catch, finally pattern. I'm not going to talk about that today. Plenty of other people have already talked about it, so I'm going to leave that. And then as a third element in performance, I would say is reduce... I'm getting some background noise suddenly. If you can go mute. Thank you. The number of actions can actually be relevant too, I think, to performance. If you might have noticed recently that when you've got flows that run a lot of actions, Microsoft will give you warnings saying, oh, this flow is running too many actions. And you have to find a way of reducing the actions if you run on non-premium licenses. And so all of that will basically make your flows work, make them work better, make them work faster sometimes. So what is the main reason for a slow flow? I found basically many times an example like you can see on the screen over here, lots of apply to each steps. Apply to each steps can be bad. The really bad thing is if you've got multiple apply to eaches, and if you've got them nested in each other, you will find that it becomes really difficult to run the flows because they take longer. But also when you run them in test mode, it becomes really hard to debug. And I'll show you a couple of examples in a minute. And the most important thing I find, they look complicated. Like I mentioned earlier, that wow moment, quite often it's if you can do things in simple steps rather than in lots of complicated steps, and it becomes the flow almost describes itself, it becomes easier to debug, easier to look at, easier to understand, and most important thing, other people can understand it. Okay, in this example, I didn't rename my actions. I really should have done probably, but I also wanted to explain that I've got apply to each actions over here. Therefore, keeping the original names might actually be quite useful. Okay, let's have a look at those nested actions. You can see over here, I've got some nested apply to each actions. And when you run them, this is exactly where you can see the problem. Imagine if this flow over here took 8 hours to run. And I've got 32 items over here. This bit over here is grayed out until they've all finished. That's pretty nasty to debug. Because it means you have to finish. If you now cancel this flow, you would still not know what happened inside. You might then find yourself sending emails to yourself, for example, with the data that is from the inside that run. But what if, for example, item 16 is generating you the error? That means you're getting 15 useless emails first. And even then, you don't really get maybe the information that you're really after. It makes it difficult to debug, doesn't it? And if you then look at these kind of flows, they run 35 seconds. This runs 0 seconds, this runs 2 seconds, but you can't really see what's really happening. I'm going to have a look at a number of examples of how can you optimize flows, but keep this idea in mind that you've got the complexities of apply to eaches in flows. But before I do that, I first want to explain a little bit what these kind of flows do. And I will basically use, for most of my examples today, Microsoft Planner and Microsoft Teams. And these flows might not always make 100% sense, but they will give you the patterns that I'm trying to explain. Sometimes the better options are available. I'm aware of the better options being available, but it's just to show you the patterns. If I quickly give you an introduction to Microsoft Planner, just in case there are some people on the session who are not familiar with Microsoft Planner. Basically, the way it works is that you've got tasks. They live within a plan. So in this case, my plan is called my test plan, and that plan lives within my team called my test. And I've got lots of tasks. I can assign these tasks. I've assigned them all to myself. And you can see some tasks might even be overdue. So for example, over here is one that's overdue. And well, a task called sleep is definitely overdue because it should have happened last week. There are lots of different things. And then you've got your buckets over here, the to-do, the planned, other tasks. I mean, you can call them whatever you like. I've even seen people, for example, having different companies over there listed as buckets. You're completely free what you want to call them. Another thing over here important is these labels kind of things. You can label your tasks. But when you look at Power Automate and Planner, it can get all the data out of Microsoft Teams, out of Microsoft Planner. But the data from Microsoft Planner is really, really difficult. Or it's not really difficult, it's just not very complete. It gives very limited information back. And we'll have a look at that in a bit. Anyway, we're back to our tricks, because I've actually created a couple of tricks that I want to go through. The wrong button over there. There we go. I've created a number of tricks, and this is going to be trick number 1. Using the first function. Remember earlier I was talking about how can we get rid of all these apply for each actions. I've got my flow over here, and I will go into a live demo in a little bit, but I first want to explain the pattern. I'm having a trigger that's just manually, I click on the start somewhere and the flow will run. Then I'm collecting all the teams that I've got access to. What I then want to do is I want to collect all the, from all the teams that I've been given, I just want to select my test team because I'm only interested in one test team. Then I'm going to apply to each. Then I'm going to list all my plans. And then I'm going to filter just my test plan, because I could have multiple test plans within a team. As you can see over here, I'm doing apply to eaches on just a single item. Is that clever? I don't think so. So I'm going to show you on my next slide over here. This is basically the same branch, same flow as I showed you earlier. I've got an apply to each with just one step. I'm sure we all agree this is so much easier. It's so much simpler. And I will show you how to build that. If we basically just look at this action over here, the list plans for the group, and I will build this in a minute in a flow as well. This is basically the same action. What this does is I'm using a first function, and I'm collecting the information from that filter action, and then I'm taking the ID. What this does is, if I look back at my flow over here, team is giving me a list of teams. That part of that information will be all the IDs of all the teams that I've got access to. I've filtered my test team, and now what I want to do is to list all the plans within that team. I use the ID of that team. And the way to do that is collect that ID. But the important thing is over here is that I use that first function. If I go into a live demo of this, I'll go to my Microsoft Flow, and I'll take over here my trick number 1. I'll stick this into edit mode. You can see over here, it's exactly the same flow as you just saw on that screenshot. Over here, I've got my first function. I already know what the expression is going to be, but I'm going to rebuild that for you. I've got my array over here. The important thing first is to understand what my data looks like. See, I could just copy paste that expression and say, hey, this is the expression, but that doesn't help you very much. You need to understand how do you build that expression. So what I'm first going to do is I'm just going to run the flow. And it'll take a second or so. There we go. And the important thing now is to understand what this filter array is actually giving me. The output over here, it's giving me an array. You can see over there the square brackets. And then you've got an object in there. This bit, and it starts and ends with the curly brackets. After that, you've got your ID, and that's the thing you will be after soon. And I've got my test team. I've got my description that was my test team as well, and it's archived is set to false. Whatever that information may be, I don't really care. All I'm after is this ID, but I want to get that ID of the only item in my array, and I'm 100% sure that I only have one item. Reason why I'm sure is because I only want the one that's called my test team, and I know that my team names are all unique. So what you can now do is you select your action, whatever action you might want. So I'm going to create a list plan. There we go, and I need to get that group ID. You could over here just select the team. But I don't want to do that. I want to go for the enter a custom name, because I want everything to be flexible. I could, for example, imagine that this flow was actually called from a Power App, and the Power App passes in your team name. So I don't want to manually select it. What you now can do is first, that's the expression I want. So I want to take the first item from my array of data, from my single item array. Now a little trick in a trick almost. Over there, I can click on the dynamic data. Lots of people like selecting things from dynamic data. I like this. It just builds my expression. You could also type this, the whole thing, but this is the easier way, isn't it? And I go like this, ID, and I hit OK. And I've got my expression built over there. And if I now run the flow again, it will exactly list all my plans over here and will continue the rest of the flow. I'm basically doing the same trick over here and over here, where I'm running first, but now it's on a filter of my plans. That will basically explain the idea of first. And this is one way of getting rid of your apply to eaches and make your flows perform better. So I'll go back to my presentation. Here we go. Time for trick number 2. We found the first way of getting rid of the apply to eaches. The second trick I'm going to present today to you is by using a select action. Imagine I've got my list tasks action over here, and I actually want to use this date. What I want to do is I want to present that to a user, but I don't want to present this ugly, well, lots of junk kind of stuff in there. I want to nicely format the date. To nicely format the date, you can use a function called format date. And at the same time, I want to process the whole list of tasks that I'm getting back. So what you could do is create an apply to each that does all sorts of stuff or whatever, or you create one action over here. This over here, all it does is a format date and it creates fields. This action over here is called a select action. So I'll again in the demo in a minute, I will show you how to create all of this. But what it in short, what it does, it takes in the from parameter the actions that are returned by the list tasks action, and then I want to present in a new array the title and the created. I know there is more information available in the tasks, but I'm not interested in it. I don't need it. So you might as well reduce the information, and at the same time, with a single action, reshape the format datetime using the format datetime and then reshape the created property. So I now get 2 properties back. So if we have a look at a flow for this, I'll get my flow demo up running over there. I made some changes, so I'm just going to ignore those. And over here, I've got my second trick. And that will load up. And you can see over here, as part of my flow demo over here, I've got my action over here. I'm going again. I think it's useful to just rebuild it. Again, I could just show you the expressions, but it doesn't really help that much, I think. So I'm going to take the select. And over here, I'm going to take the value of like I've got over here. What I could do, for example, is just copy paste it. So like this sometimes works. There we go. That would work. Or if I want to, what I could also do is I find over here the right item that I'm looking for somewhere over there. Yeah, value over there. It's always nice when it's being helpful. And over here, I could now create a property called title. And I can actually select, oh, sorry, I need to go over there. There we go. One thing to notice over here is you might know that if you reference a field within an apply to each, you will use a slightly different way of referencing your current items. Within the select action, you basically use an expression over there, item, and then open close brackets, question mark, and then the field name that you're after. So when you want to build this up, what you could also do is type the expressions, of course. First, run the flow, and then find out what the output is from the list tasks, and then use it and type it in within the expression editor. But dynamic content, when it's available, is the easier option. But in this case, we also want to create an expression for the created date, but we didn't want to have that ugly date. We now need to know what's that field name called. Oh, we might have to run the flow first, or we just look at the previous run. So I'll quickly open up my flows over here in a separate tab, so I can go back to where I was later on. I will in trick number 2. Okay, that's loading up. There we go. Interested in what the created field was called again. Okay, there we got it. That's easy enough. So the created date time field. That's the one we need to get. And we want to get the format date time thing over there. Okay, so if we now put the expression together, and flows and being nice and helpful, the format datetime function over there. If you ever need a bit of help with this function, I've created a blog post about it a little while ago. If you Google for format datetime, you'll find it somewhere in the top 3. What you could now do is, we've always wanted a timestamp. So you could type it timestamp, but actually we want to get this from the data from that list tasks. I've now got a bit of a problem because I can't get to the dynamic data. Flow is really being annoying by suggesting what to do, but it doesn't matter. I can just go body and now list. And let's type. There we go. And we've got a property in there This is why earlier I quickly looked up what the field name was called. And what I'm doing is my body will basically return the output from that list tasks. And then I'm interested in just this create a date field. And then the next thing that the format datetime wants is a format string. You can, on that blog post, and I'll refer to it at the end of my my presentation, you can use lots of different formats. It all uses pretty much standard formats for programming languages. But one of the favorite ones I quite often use is this single quote, D, single quote. But of course, you can also do Y for years, and MM for month, and DD for date. There are loads of different formats. It's very useful to know these kind of formats. And then when you click on OK, it does that sometimes. Oh, actually, I've done something wrong, haven't I? I should have referred to the item of that. So, item like that. There we go. That should work. And now you find that I've got my flow up and running. I'll delete this one again, and so that we can run the original flow, and you'll see that the format of the flow is quite nicely formatted. Here we go. We'll run it. As the flow is running over here, have you noticed the select was the fastest option? You can see over here, my date is now nicely formatted. That's what a single D does. So it does a month, a day, and then a year. But if you don't like that, you want to have it the other way around, then you can use different formats. Okay, so that's again a way of getting rid of an apply to each. I'm now going to go to the next option. Basically, something called the Pieter's method. And it's not something I named. We had about a year ago, I think, John Yu basically saw one of my blog posts about compose actions inside apply for eaches, and then referencing them outside the apply to each. And Brian Deng really liked it as well and compared it with lots of other scientific methods and rules or whatever. So from that moment onwards, I decided to call this method that I'm about to show you the Pieter's method. Okay, how does that work? We've seen this this flow before earlier, didn't we? This over here basically is what I call the Pieter's method. It's a very quick way of creating an array or transforming an array out of some other data. I will first give you a quick, easy sample. I've got over here a compose action. So what you put in is what you get out of it. That's as simple as the action is. Within this apply to each, I'm going through all the tasks that I'm getting. And then what I do is I create an object, a JSON object. And finally, outside the apply to each, I'm referencing this compose action. So it's outputs and then single quotes compose or something like that. I'll show you in a demo in a minute. That's the basic bit of the method that I'm describing. I'll show you a bit of a better example. One that's slightly more complicated, but it's still quite good. The data that I'm getting back from my planner has got users in it. So for example, if I assign a task to a user, I get an ugly GUID. That is the user. And it doesn't give you the name. It doesn't give you anything else. I could probably quickly show you the ugliness of the data in one of these flow runs. Over here somewhere there will be some users. Over there we go. This is a user. And I happen to know that this is my number. So this is me. But it's very, very useless, isn't there? So, and there is nowhere over there, but it actually has real names in it. So what I want to do is I want to create an array or a bit of data that actually has got a username in it. I know there are some alternative ways still of doing it, but I'm going to, in this case, I'm going to use the get user profile action. So that's a completely different connector that my Power Automate flow will use. So in effect, I'm merging data from two connectors into one array, which can be quite a challenge sometimes. I'm still going to use one apply to each over here, but I'm just going to use one apply to each. Plenty of times, I think you will find that these kind of actions will result in nested apply to eaches, and that's where the mess quite often starts. So I've got an apply to each over here. I'm getting the user profile from the user ID that I'm finding within my task, and then I can add a user property over here, and I'm getting the output from this get user profile action over there. And then finally, using that Pieter method, I'm going to collect this array over here, the array that's being built up by each single one of these composers. Oh, that's the next trick. I'll first go and show you this, because there is some more about it. Let's have a look. Okay, we've already got a flow run over here. And you can see over here how this works. I'm going to stick it in edit mode quickly. So over here, we've got the get user profile. All I'm doing is I'm selecting basically the property from over here, the user ID. As I mentioned earlier, there are some better ways of still doing this, because you can see over here the action already does have the name in it. But like I said at the beginning, lots of the examples, it's just to create simple examples which you could use in more complicated scenarios. So all I have to do is select the user ID, nothing complicated about that. Then in my compose over here, I'm just referring to my user profile step. I've got my format date, like I showed you earlier. And if I hover over that, the tooltip will probably pop up. And you can see over here, rather than that item, open bracket, close bracket, it actually, the way to refer to the current item in an apply to each is items apply to each, the name of the apply to each action. And then I get the property that I'm interested in. So for example, the create datetime, because that's the one I want to convert to a better format, like we saw earlier. And I've got my title, which is quite simple, because it's straightforward. I already had that one in my array. Then finally, this last bit, and this is the magic, I would say, is outputs and then referencing that compose. The annoying thing is, and I'll show you this over here. Oh, I made typos. Have you noticed that search, when you make typos, when you get one letter the wrong way around, Flow will still find things for you. I want to reference this compose. If I look over here in my dynamic data, it's not there. So the only escape I've got, there, is to type in the expression editor. So outputs, that's the function. I go to compose. And like that. Yep. Okay. So what I now get is I can reference that output from inside the apply to each. This is quite nice if you have, for example, an array over here. But let me take this one step further. If I go, type outputs, and now I'm going to reference that get user profile. Oh, if I could type, that would help. Live demos is always a bit of a challenge with typing, but over here, I've now referenced this user profile. I'm going to run this flow just as a demo where you can see what it will do. Good. Yep, save and test. It's running. It's got my user profiles over here. And in my compose 3 that I just created, I've got all the details of the users that I'm looking up in my using my get user profile. This whole method of referencing something inside an apply to each, you can use any action pretty much. Any action that returns you a record, an object, and even if it returns an array, so even if you had a select inside this apply to each and you referenced it outside the apply to each, you can use that array. If you have multiple levels or so if you have nested apply to eaches, you can't reference any action inside the nested apply to each. This is, again, it's a good reason to stick to one level of apply to eaches. If you feel the need to create a second apply to each inside this apply to each, for example, the better way is quickly take the array out of your apply to each and then run a second apply to each. So you run 2 apply to eaches after each other. It will help your debugging experience an awful lot. So that's the trick number 3. I think we were up. Then we've got now trick number 4. It's an old discussion: variables or compose. Which one should I use? You will already have noticed I use a lot of compose actions, but you could also use variables. And sometimes there's a good reason for it. Sometimes there's not. I've created a flow. It reads lots of items out of a SharePoint list. In this case, I've got 100 items coming out of my list. And I'm going to run them through and apply to each. I know I don't like apply to each, but for this example, it's quite good. I get every item and I do an append to an array variable. Okay, normally when you create a flow, it will probably do lots more stuff. But imagine you just have a variable and you're setting this variable. Or you've got a compose that creates the item, or maybe adjusts the item like we saw earlier. And we could then collect that item back, could collect the array back using the Pieter's method. If you run this, you will notice the timing over here. This is only 4 seconds. I would say hardly worth the bother of a presentation. But if you enable the concurrency on both of these apply to eaches, so you can run multiple branches within the same apply to each at the same time, you will find that the difference is about 16 versus 4 seconds. I will show you this in a demo in a minute. The reason why is because variables, they lock branches that run in parallel. So for example, if you had parallel branches in your flow, I don't particularly like parallel branches because they make your flow really wide, and my monitor isn't that wide. It just becomes annoying to use. The same with switch actions. They also make your flows really wide. And it doesn't particularly help quite often having to scroll left and right all the time. But if you've got those branches that run at the same time, if you've got a variable that's used over there, those branches will start to lock. Until one branch is finished with that variable, the other branch will not run. It might start, but it will get stuck on that variable use. And that's one of the reasons why things get so slow. So I think it's time to do a quick demo of this. Go to my flows again, and I'm on trick number 4. Still got a few tricks to go. Okay, I've got a variable over here that I'm initializing. That's basically my array variable. I've got my get items. I've got a list where I'm listing all of my all the connectors within the Power Platform, and I've got it on my SharePoint site over there. And I'm running an apply to each over there that does the append to the array variable. So I'm just ending up with a copy of the array of the items. I know it doesn't make too much sense again. And over here, I've got my compose, and I'm collecting the compose afterwards with to collect the array back. So this section over here does exactly the same as this section over there. I know I'm using 3 actions over here, or 3 steps, rather than the 2 steps over there, but it's worth it. And we'll see that in a minute. I'm first going to run the flow, just to double check if concurrency is on. But I'm going to switch that off first. Done. Settings off. Done. I'm going to run this, and I will actually need to do a little bit of slow talking probably, because this will take a little while. It won't take very long, but about 30-40 seconds. Our flow is being really helpful, telling me that I'm doing things that might be dangerous, but it's okay. 10 seconds. Like we said, it was probably somewhere between the 30 and the 45 seconds where it will run. That will take a little bit of time. the second apply to each will be slightly faster, like we saw earlier. 25 seconds, even quite a good performance. The second one, it's 11 seconds, and we'll get there in a few seconds. But you'll find probably it's fairly similar. It might just make a few seconds difference. Exactly 25 versus 18, I wouldn't be too worried about. But if we now enable the concurrency, and we do this over here too, and we now rerun the flow, it will run a lot faster. And I can speed up to normal speed again. It will process my 100 items. 50, I only set it to 20, I think. I didn't upgrade it to the 50, but you see over there it's 14 seconds, and over here I'm just down to 2 seconds. That is a lot faster. And now you'll find that you suddenly gained. Imagine if that flow that you created ran in 8 hours time. It can now run in 30 seconds. And that happens an awful lot. So use Compose where you can. You can't always use Compose. Sometimes you have to use arrays, but you might have to pay for that in time. Okay, trick number 5. And trick number 5 is the REST API. Lots of actions, lots of flows will interact with SharePoint. Initially, when I started working with Power Automate, it was very much like, well, I had to replace SharePoint Designer or Nintex workflows or K2 workflows or any other workflow engine that I might possibly have within my cloud environment. Lots of these third-party suppliers, they also have cloud versions of it. So you could just stick with them. But quite often, when you migrate from an on-premises environment and you want to go to the cloud, you think, well, okay, Power Automate is good. I might as well try and use it. That automatically almost means that all of the, or a lot of the actions that you're going to run are SharePoint related. You could, for example, update an item, get an item, or create an item, or whatever other stuff. And you can see over here on my screen, there are loads of actions around. Getting familiar with them, by the way, is quite useful because there are new actions over there all the time. But REST API is one of those actions. Like I have got the one that's selected over here, the send an HTTP request to SharePoint that basically runs REST API calls. REST API is very often used by coding developers, but it's also very useful within the Power Automate world. A lot of people are scared of it, but they shouldn't be, because it's not that complicated once you get used to it. Again, I've got a couple of blog posts on it, and I'll reference them later on in my presentation towards the end. If I look at, for example, the out-of-the-box update item action, or even the create item, one of the things I don't particularly like it is that it will present all of the fields that I could possibly want to set to me. It's a very big form sometimes. That becomes quite a pain. Or when I've got required fields, yeah, it doesn't particularly like that. I've got to just fill them in again sometimes. Or when I do a get items, it really doesn't matter if I use a get items in a connector or if I use REST API. Why does it not matter within get items? Get items basically will just get you the item, and whatever that data format is, flow, while you're designing your flow, doesn't really know which fields you've got. It doesn't need to know. But when you do an update of an item, it wants to offer that form to you, ideally. We'll see that in a minute. And that form, like this one over here, you have to fill in some of these fields, whatever fields you want to set. The ones you don't want to set, just leave them blank, and they won't be updated. You could have this form for a create item or for an update item. It doesn't really matter. Those actions are fairly similar. But if you wanted to, you could use a REST API. And I'll give you a quick example over here of a REST API call. This is an HTTP request to SharePoint action. You select your site. Nothing complicated about that. You had to do that in the other actions as well. You now need to specify this bit over here. That's a little bit complicated. You now need to know what the API looks like. What are what they call the endpoints. So this underscore API underscore slash web blah, 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 blah specifies what I'm going to do. So I'm going to do something with the site. I'm going to do something with lists. The get by title probably gets me the list called test list, and then something with items. Somebody who's familiar with REST API will know that post will actually create me the item that over here. And if I wanted to get it or get an item, I would replace the method with get. I'll show you this, by the way, in a minute in a live demo again. Then we've got over here some magic, I would say. It basically says over here that it wants to accept, it's happily to accept JSON, and OData over here is set to verbose. A lot of examples use that verbose action, verbose step. Actually, it is not the best thing to do, the best thing to use, because this bit over here, which describes the object I'm going to create, looks a bit complicated. That underscore metadata type spdata.testList item. What is that? Well, list item is always there. sp.data is always there, but this bit over there is basically the name of my list. So I need to repeat that. If you got rid of that verbose and you changed that to no metadata, you would actually find that you can leave all that away, and your whole description of that title or the properties that you want to set becomes a lot easier. And of course, as a third thing, again, I didn't rename my action, but from a demo perspective, it's quite useful to have the original names there. How should I have developed my REST API call? And this is a lot cleaner now suddenly. I've got over here something that generates me that site URL. It could be, for example, a Power App. You've got a Power App that calls the flow, and it supplies the site URL maybe. Or in my case, I've just created a composed action and set that to the site address, site URL. I've got a list name. So in my endpoint over here, I've replaced that get by title, the bit in between. Make sure you don't forget those single quotes over there. I've referenced my list name. And then I set over there my no metadata. It's a lot cleaner. And I hope you agree, this bit over there, that is not too complicated. I've got over here title, which is the name of the field that I want to set. And I'm setting it to a certain value called my title. Now imagine if you wanted to have dynamic data in here. So rather than my title, you want to reference a task from Planner, for example, or whatever. You could do that too. But the nice thing is, you could even make the field name dynamic. How many times have you had 3-4 fields or something like that, where actually the data model is the wrong way around, and you want to dynamically set one field or another or another? You could do that by making this bit dynamic. You could use dynamic data, or you could use some if Boolean logic kind of thing, and you can make it as complicated as you want. If you need any help with that, you can always go to my blog, and there's a little chat on there. I can always help you with it. Then, if you look at the next action, the create item, this is basically something that I've actually figured out only last week. This has been around for quite a while, but if you fill in dynamic site address and a dynamic list name, this bit over here turns into item, and it doesn't offer you all the fields. Didn't used to be like that, but that's changed. Like I said earlier, every now and then, check those the connectors. Check if things have changed. Check if things have improved, because sometimes they do improve. And if you over here type in your same kind of JSON code, it will create that item for you in SharePoint without you having to supply all the fields, all the whatever, and it's fairly similar. So where I used REST API for some things, I actually could have not used REST API and used out-of-the-box actions. It's a choice, performance-wise, they're pretty much both the same. And they probably both will use the REST API under the hood anyway. Okay, that's another quick little demo I think I've got over there. Let's have a look. REST API over here. I've basically, within this little demo, I've created all the 3 actions. So we can also see basically the performance. You can see over here, this is the poorly formatted with the verbose and everything. This over here is the no metadata. And over here is my create item. If I now run this flow, you can see time-wise doesn't really matter. So, like I said earlier, REST API, sometimes why bother? Because you might not need to. Other than if you want to make things nicely dynamic, it actually works. Now here you can see the items are actually returning fairly similar kinds of data. Over here, because I went for the no metadata, my data is actually nicer and cleaner as well. If you compare this with this bit over there, there's a bit of junk stuff around it, which makes it more complicated to implement and harder to use the dynamic data out of it. And over here you can find, over here I've got my create item, and my body over here is returned all the properties that I've set. So you could, again, with REST API, you've got lots of different options. It's something to consider. Trick number 6. It's basically a replacement of text where you've got objects. Before I go any further, I would like to explain over here that when you see these kind of color-coded formattings within actions in the flow runs, so the red colors and the green colors and the blue, they're objects. And they're not text. Imagine over here, if I've got that user ID, so this one over here, got a user ID, that long GUID that I want to potentially replace. And imagine if I've got 1,000 tasks and I want to replace it on all of them, I could run an apply to each. But imagine if I could do that just in one action, a compose action. Well, I can. And this is one of those other little magic tricks where it's really, really simple. I've got my list tasks over here. So over here, the code that I'm using in my compose, I'm starting in the middle of the code. So I've got my body over there. So that's the output that comes back from my list tasks. I'm converting this to a text using the string function. All it does is it takes the object, it converts it into a text. Then what I want to do is I want to do the replace. I want to replace whatever the string function is returning to me. I want to replace this GUID with my name. Okay, in practice, what you would probably do is you create another array with all of the GUIDs for all of the people listed and with all of the names of people listed. And then finally, I want to have an object back, or a JSON array back. So I'll convert that text that the replace has given me back by using the JSON function. So I think it's time to quickly show that and actually demo that in little steps. Like I just explained it from the inside out, I will do the same thing in my little demo over here. Over here. Okay, this is still from a previous time that I read it. The way I would develop this is I would start with running the flow after I created the body of list tasks. This will just give me a copy of the list tasks, so I'm sure that will go fine. And then I go over here and I go string. And I hit OK. The way I quite often develop is a bit of trial error kind of development, where you slowly move along in the right direction. If you try to get to the end goal in one go, yes, you can do that with the experience. But quite often when you want to build, when you haven't got the experience of writing a whole expression all in one go, build it up slowly. So the first step over here is I convert it to text. So you can notice the difference. Over here it's all nicely formatted. Over here I've just got plain text. Now what I need to do is I need to do a replace. And I'll quickly cheat over here by collecting that long GUID. Of course, normally you would probably collect that out of the output from the list tasks. So we need to now enhance this function over here. I want to do a replace, don't I? Replace. Oh. So live demo, comma, and do my long GUID. And rather than my name, I will do lots of X's so we can very quickly identify the text in the output in a minute. Over here, I've got my replace. Going to run my flow again. And we can, the next time the flow runs, I will check if those X's are there rather than that GUID. So if you search for the X's, there they are. So something has been replaced. So wherever that GUID appears, it's now been replaced. If I now want to do this, convert it back to a JSON object.
Continue this line.
I'm getting some background. If someone can mute, please. Oh, it does happen every night sometimes. There we go. I now rerun my flow. And you will see that now my compose action will return the modified text over here within nicely formatted text again. So that means that if I had to do lots of replaces of the same piece of text, I could just do a replace and convert the object first to text, then replace it, and then convert it back to JSON, all in one expression. One small note over here, though, is that actually there are some properties. And like I said earlier, the planner data is not particularly nice. Over here's a property called that GUID, where actually all I wanted to replace was these bits. So you might need to make your replace slightly more complicated and include this bit in your text as well. But again, it would be the same kind of idea. Okay, that is trick number 6 done. We're going to go to trick number 7, and quickly looking at the time, I think we've got about 5 minutes left. APIs. Over here, I haven't got a live demo, but it is an important trick though. When you use connectors, sometimes the connectors might not be good enough. They might just not give you what you're looking for. You could now do a number of things. You just call other APIs, or you call the API endpoints that you need or whatever. You could even create a custom connector. You might find that some of these connectors, they're really good, but the elements that were developed over there were very much focused on what a citizen developer really needs. Maybe you need something slightly more technical. Consider things like the Graph API, for example. When you need to connect into Microsoft 365, any of those elements, you could use the Graph API. It's slightly more complicated. And I've got a blog post that fully describes, for example, how to update an Excel file in SharePoint using the Graph API. And in my case, the Excel connector just didn't do what I needed it to do. It could do some things, but it just didn't work well for me, which meant that I just used the Graph API and connected into there. One of the important tools which most developers will be aware of, but not every citizen developer is aware of, is the Graph Explorer tool. And basically what you can do is you get these kind of what they call the endpoints, like we saw earlier. But Graph, they always start with graph.microsoft.com, and you can run queries. And you can see over here, this endpoint over here gives me this output. Well, that's great. And if I want to we have Planner, because we've done lots of Planner stuff today. If I want to do all my Planner tasks, for example, a slightly different endpoint, I run the query, and it will give me my tasks back. And I can find out what the format is of the JSON returned by that endpoint. Quite often you find that a lot of the connectors will actually already use the Graph API, but not all of them. And sometimes the Graph API just gives you the additional options. It's fully documented. If you look over here in the docs, there will be loads of documentation about it, lots of examples, and lots of ideas over there. Have a look at it. I don't have enough time today to go through a full example of it, but in my list of links, you will find some Graph API examples as well. If I go back to my presentation screen over there. Okay, I basically made it easy today. I created some links: trick 1, trick 2, trick 3, trick 4, trick 5, trick 6, and trick 7. And if you put https://sharepoints.com in front of it, you will get to posts that are relevant to these tricks. So feel free to go to these tricks, have a look, see what you can find out. If you need any help, just contact me. There's a little chat on there, or you can leave a comment on these tricks, and hopefully they will help you. Then I'm getting towards the end of my presentation. Don't know if there are any questions in the chat at all. So a quick look. I'll have a quick look through that. Where did you get the video links? Not sure I understand that question. I can give a bit of Donna, if you can give a bit of explanation over there. Open the shared videos uploaded. Okay, don't know. Okay, I don't think I've got any further questions over there that I can find. So that's all very good, I think. Then I hope that you enjoyed the session. And like I said earlier, I would like to get that bunny out of the hat. So I think we need to do a little bit of magic over here. Therefore, I would like to say thank you to you all. And I think the bunny has already appeared. And if you want to contact me, feel free to contact me on sharepoints.com or on Twitter on this handle. Thank you very much for your time, and hope to see you soon again.
Well, thank you, Pieter, for that very, very elaborate and comprehensive session. Well worth the wait. So you know how to contact Pieter. So there's his Twitter handle, Pieter Veenstra, and there's his blog, sharepains.com. I'm sure many of the community will be reaching out to you, and that's a flavor of things to come over the next 3 to 5 days as we cover the bootcamp for Power Automate. So again, Pieter, really appreciate this great session. Fantastic, really, really fantastic comments coming from everyone. Lots of really, really great tips that are very practical and will definitely be used. So once again, thanks again, Pieter, for that. And
you're welcome.
Yeah, thanks. So without further ado, it's our keynote for this event with the one and only Kent Weare. Kent, we see you. You're online.
I am. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes, Kent. It's a great pleasure to host you today. I know you've got a very, very busy schedule, and we managed to get hold of you, so really appreciate it. As you're well aware, Ken, this 5-day bootcamp covering Power Automate, RPA, and Azure, and it's great that you are going to share some information that will be useful to the attendees as part of this bootcamp. So without further ado, Kent, I'm going to stop waffling and hand it over to yourself.
All right. Thank you for that introduction, and hi, everyone. And thanks for tuning in today. What I'm going to talk about is really the current state of Microsoft automation. And for those of you who may not know me, my name is Kent Weare. I'm a Principal Program Manager Lead on the PowerCat team. So that's the customer advisory team inside of the Power Platform engineering group at Microsoft. And my areas of focus are on RPA inside of Power Automate, and also Power Virtual Agents, our conversational chatbot service. And so the focus of today's presentation will largely be related to both RPA and also PVA, our chatbot solution. And so something I do want to share with you folks, a lot of this is going to be grounded in just recent customer engagements that we've been involved in, recent learnings, and really take the opportunity to share a lot of this knowledge with you folks. And so the one thing I do want to highlight or emphasize here is that automation opportunities are everywhere. And by that, what that really means is that automation opportunities may not always look the same. Oftentimes we do get stuck in our mindset, and we know what we know, but we don't know what we don't know. And so hopefully as part of this session, I'm able to open your eyes and really give you a different perspective on what automation means and what are some of the opportunities that you can go ahead and capture with that. Now, there's no shortage of literature out there, architecture, whatever you want to call, about automation and where it's going. Here's a quote from Gartner this past year about automation and the number of tasks, suitable tasks for automation that will be automated by 2024. Now, this is sort of good news in many regards, but it also represents a huge opportunity in others. So the idea here is that there's no shortage of things that can be automated. And with the Power Platform, we are democratizing who can go about doing that automation. It's no longer about having a small group of experts that have access to expensive tools in order to go solve the automation challenges of an organization. Using the Power Platform, we can go ahead and bring more people to that party in order to go ahead and to solve those specific problems. And that's what's really key about the Power Platform and is part of my message today. And so I kind of alluded to this before. There's no shortage of automation opportunities, but I would say we need to think differently about those opportunities itself. And what I mean by that is, oftentimes, especially in this RPA world, we get fixated on doing things a certain way. And really what I do want to be able to emphasize is that using the right tool for the job. Now, especially on the RPA side, you've probably seen this scenario where you've got a bunch of spreadsheets and there's a population of users that need to fill out this spreadsheet at the end of the month. And these spreadsheets all make their way to a specific network folder. And then there's an automation, an RPA bot that will go and open up each one of these spreadsheets, pull information out of it, maybe do some validation, maybe some calculations, and then go ahead and upload it to some legacy ERP solution. And so I'm sure that solution has been, written, hundreds of thousands of, or if not thousands of times over and over again. And what's happening there is people are just taking an existing paradigm and then basically saying, oh, I'm just going to go do what I've always done, perhaps from an RPA perspective. And, it's, obviously you've all seen this sort of graphic, but it's that same mindset of like, well, no, this is how we do automation. It's always in the form of RPA, and it's always, screen scraping, and it's, pixels and clicks and those types of things. And the whole idea here is that we want to be able to use the right tool for the job. And when we think about automation, it really is all encompassed in the Power Platform. You may not think that Power Apps necessarily is an automation tool, but it is, right? So the example I gave before about using, spreadsheets and everyone filling out spreadsheets, well, maybe it makes more sense to just give them an app, right? Go ahead, input all of your information into that app, and then drive, automation into that legacy system, from the back end, right? You could still go ahead and subscribe to all of those events from Microsoft Dataverse, and then kick off an RPA process to go ahead and do the upload into that specific ERP. So that's just one example of thinking about the problem differently. What all of these arrows are meant to represent is that when we're out there talking to customers, it's remarkable how this platform feeds itself. And what I mean by that is we've been involved in many customer deals where they'll come in thinking, oh, we're only interested in automation. That means we're only interested in Power Automate. And then once they start to get a sense of what all is in the platform, the light bulb moment occurs. And it's always fun to watch customers realize this and say, wait a minute, you mean in the same environment, I can go ahead and introduce a chat bot and that chatbot can talk to my automations and go ahead and perform actions on behalf of that user. Or wait a minute, we're typically used to doing automation, but we can now build an app, and that app can see the same data sources that our automations can see, and then we can layer on analytics on top of it, and then go ahead and drive some sort of outcome. And that happens over and over. And the whole point here is that it doesn't matter what part of the platform that you're most familiar with, there's always opportunities to go ahead and to leverage other capabilities from these other services themselves in order to really come up with a comprehensive solution that can be used. And the whole goal should just be around, improving your customer or employee experience. And oftentimes that's through efficiencies and just being able to go ahead and drive more results for the organization itself. And so that's where, obviously, I'm sure you've seen the slide in every speaker's deck, so I won't belabor it too much. But that's really why it is so important when you think about solving problems, that you think about it from a platform perspective. We, as Microsoft, are in a very unique position where we can give you all of these tools. We can provide the integration across these tools in order to drive outcomes. There's obviously people that are incumbents in the industry that are going to be very good at some of these individual capabilities, but really Microsoft has a compelling offering when we think about the ability to go across these services, and then having that common underlying platform, Microsoft Dataverse, or what was formerly CDS, AI Builder, and connectors, and it truly does become a strength of our platform itself. And I would encourage you folks, whether you are working as an employee for an organization or you're a consultant, there's going to be opportunities for yourself as a result if you start thinking about it in using this mindset. Okay, so let's just move on to the next section here. And I promise we're going to get into a bunch of demos here shortly. So not to worry, this won't be death by PowerPoint itself. So the whole idea is we want to be able to build agility and bring agility to an organization. And I think this should be one of the most important things organizations think about these days. And how you get agility is really through tools, low-code, no-code tools that allow you to focus on the business problem, not focusing on the underlying plumbing. And then on top of that, what that ultimately means is that you've got some sort of low code that allows you to focus on just the areas that are highest value and basically let Microsoft or a vendor take care of the underlying platform itself. By doing so, you can naturally bring and attract more people into the platform as a way to help scale an organization. The word scale is heavily overused these days, but it does make sense in the sense that there's no sort of magic button here or silver bullet that takes place. It really has to come from being able to get more out of your organization, and you can do that using these tools. And as a result of not having to focus so much on the plumbing all the time, that means you can rapidly adjust to changing business climates. I think we've all seen the stories. I'm not going to belabor it. Like this past year with COVID, the rate of transformation that has existed inside of organizations, whether it's from modern workplace or even Power Platform. But part of the reason why people were able to move so quickly is because they didn't have to focus on that plumbing itself. And so when we talk about Power Automate, I know in the past the messaging around this has kind of been skewed, but it really has become a tool that is designed for everyone. Whether or not you're that quote unquote citizen developer, you've got a pro dev background, or you're in IT and you're an administrator, there is opportunities for you to leverage this platform in order to solve problems. And the way I like to think about this is there's a spectrum, and there's going to be high complexity on one end, and there's going to be low complexity on the other end. But the more people you can bring and actually be able to go after a good chunk of that spectrum, the more results you're going to be able to go ahead and drive. So don't get too hung up on terms. Just think about what is the most productive way that I can solve my problem, and in a scalable fashion as well. So now let's talk a little bit more about an automation journey itself. And so this is if I do reflect on some of our recent engagements with customers, especially around RPA, it largely comes down to this. And this whole idea of being able to rationalize a process. And some organizations are more advanced when it comes to this. Some people have a lot of well understood knowledge within the organization. They've got all of their processes documented. They're run in a very consistent manner. And as a result, being able to go ahead and build automation on top of it is quite easy. And it's something that you can get, move through quite quickly. You can have essentially that process diagram with the swim lanes and be able to identify the technical components to go ahead and to solve that problem. Other times it may not be the case, and it could be for a variety of reasons. It could be, in terms of mergers and acquisitions, which happens a lot these days. There could be, attrition in the organization, people on the move, and as a result, you have some brain drain and you start to lose out on that. And so there are now capabilities inside of the Power Platform and Power Automate more specifically called Process Advisor that helps us to go ahead and to rationalize our process through identifying bottlenecks and with the whole goal of being able to remove those bottlenecks so that when we go ahead and we automate the solution, we're automating the right solution. It's one of those things where if you try to automate a bad process, all you're going to do is make a bigger mess faster. And the whole goal is that we should really be thinking about what we've been able to achieve and is it consistent? And then once it's consistent, then we know that we can build automation that will be more predictable and as a result, give us a greater likelihood of success. So when we start to talk about automation, that's where we've got Power Automate. And naturally, and we'll talk a little bit about this soon, there is a hybrid effect with the Microsoft platform itself where we've got a vast library of connectors and API-led connectivity, but we also have this reality that not every system has connectors and APIs that we can leverage. And so we've got Power Automate Desktop and really can choose the right tool, the right solution in order to go ahead and to perform that automation. Once we've got things automated, now we have the opportunity to go ahead and enhance. And what I'm going to do is take you through an entire journey here through demos where we're going to go ahead and do this, right? Where it's once we've got some automation in place, how can we go ahead and enrich that experience for our customers, partners, or our employees itself? And so that's what we're going to do. We'll see a demo of all three of these capabilities over the course of the next 45 minutes or so. Now, I know Kim Dupuy from Microsoft did go through Process Advisor earlier, so I'm not going to spend a ton of time here, but I will go through it just in case there were some folks that weren't able to join his session. So the whole goal with Process Advisor is the ability to understand and improve your business process. Now, naturally, this typically is a large time suck. As a result, like whenever you're sitting around that table, well, back when we could sit around a table, and we're always talking about what is the process, there's always this interpretation of what people do and what people are supposed to do. And even if you're able to accurately reflect that business process, it's actually a lot of work in order to go ahead and to make all the Visio diagrams, add all of the verbiage, circulate it for approvals, as opposed to being able to just know exactly what happened. And knowing exactly what happens can benefit from being able to use a recorder. And so what we do have is as part of Power Automate Desktop, we've got a recording experience that's part of it. We're actually able to leverage that same recorder for Process Advisor. And this allows us to go ahead and invite one or more users to go ahead and record their activities as it pertains to a specific business process. Once we've been able to record it, we can then aggregate those results and then generate some analytics. And those analytics should help us identify bottlenecks and then allow us where we need to spend time and effort in order to fix those bottlenecks, find ways to reduce the bottlenecks, and then also ensure that we've got everyone that's on the same page when they're going about executing their business process. So how this works is you go ahead and you create a new process, kind of think of it like a project. You go ahead and add a recording. You can invite your colleagues so you can share that with others and invite them to go ahead and record. They'll go ahead, they'll record all of the steps that they take. They'll then be able to save that recording where they can go ahead and annotate or edit. So this includes the ability to remove sensitive information. So for example, as part of your business process, you might be entering personal information about a customer inside of a system, but you don't want that PII data to remain inside of the recording itself. You have the ability to go ahead and remove that. Same thing with credentials. If it captured you entering credentials, you could go ahead and remove that as well. It also allows you to go ahead and group and to create essentially the sub-processes that helps you better analyze the outcomes in order to figure out where you're actually spending time. And that's another part of it, and that allows you to go ahead and analyze all of these results and then generating an output itself. I'll just jump through that slide itself. Here's an experience of the annotation. These would be all of the raw steps that you do have, and then you have the ability to go ahead and to group them. So I'll just show you that right in the demo itself. Naturally, once you have all of this done, you can share and invite other people to go ahead and to collaborate itself. So let's just go ahead, let's just jump right into a demo. What I am going to leverage here is we've got the Contoso invoicing app, which I'm sure if you've gone through RP in a day, you've seen before, but we're going to go ahead and leverage that for today's system. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to Power Automate. I've got Process Advisor. It is in preview right now. I have an existing process in place called Contoso Invoice Processing. And the whole background with this specific use case is we are going to go ahead and we're a vendor. We've participated in some sort of project for the customer. We're going to go ahead and send an invoice. And we will send that invoice as a PDF attachment. And naturally, once we receive that attachment, we need to process that. We need to route it for an approval. We need to get it into our ERP. We need to be able to go ahead and save that record and send a response back. And so what we can go ahead and do is record what that typically involves. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to add a recording to this specific project itself, this process. And when I do so, I'm going to open up the recorder. And this is the same recorder that is provided as Power Automate Desktop. So I already have that tool installed, and it's going to go ahead and just get things ready for me here. Now what I'll do is I'm going to just head back to my desktop itself, and I'm going to go ahead and start recording. So as part of my invoice process, I need to go ahead and click on the Invoices tab. I need to go ahead and click on the new record. I then need to go ahead and to provide the account. So this could be Litware, and I need to provide a contact. In this case, it'll just be kent@litware.com. I need to provide an amount. In this case, we'll just say it's $5,220. And then what I'll go ahead and do is they've paid. The invoice has now been paid. So I'm going to indicate that, and I'll go ahead and click on Save. So obviously that represents a part of my business process. For the interest of time, we're going to keep it quite simple from that perspective. So I'll go ahead and I'll click on Save. And if I head back to Power Automate, we'll see that we have a new recording that has been added. And we can see that because we've got this status here of in progress. And we know that this now needs to be edited. So what we can go ahead and do is go through that annotation process that I spoke about before, where we can go ahead and remove any sensitive information and also be able to basically group or add activities that will help us within our analytics process itself. So these are the raw steps that I had previously performed. And so what I can go ahead and do is I can go ahead and add an activity. On top of it, when we do click on individual steps, we can see where we actually clicked on the screen, what was the input, the data that was inputted, and we have the ability to delete screenshots, or for example here, if we wanted to remove sensitive text or PII text, we could just go ahead and just provide email address here as an example. So we now need to go ahead and add all of those activities. We'll click on Add an Activity. We've got some existing ones that have already been populated for us. If not, we can create our own. So here we're going to go ahead and open the Contoso invoicing app. Let's say we've got another activity here. And at this point, we're going to say fill in the invoice form. And then let's say go down here and say we want to go ahead and save the record. So we're going to save the invoice. At this point in time, we can go ahead and flip this knob to say ready for to be analyzed. And then we can go ahead and click on Save. If we go back and hit Close, we'll now see that this record has been updated and it will be ready to be analyzed itself. and we can see that status here. So what I'm not going to do, I'm not going to go ahead and hit the analyze. It'll take a couple minutes for that to take place. But what I will do is just show you the outcome. So we do get analytics as a result that are provided for us. So we've got a Power BI embedded experience, and we've got essentially 2 reports that are available to us. The first one is the process map, and what this allows us to do is to identify where we've got variance of our process. So we can see here that from launching the invoicing app, we've got 4 situations where people go and directly create the invoice. We also have some other folks that are going ahead and opening the email attachment and then entering the invoice. Then there's another path where people just go ahead and open the invoice document itself. Once we've got that done, we go ahead and create a new invoice. We can fill out the form, we can save it, and then we get to the endpoint. So what you're going to see here is that we've got a fragmented business process. And in order to get this optimized, we need to have some consistency itself. And so the goal of this would be, now that we know we've got an issue and where we're spending all of this time, is to standardize on a specific process that we can then go ahead and automate itself. And so what we can now do is we can also go ahead and head over to the report, or the time analysis report. And what this will do is it'll give us a breakdown of where we're spending time, and also by user itself. And so this is a situation where it's not necessarily a shaming game, right? Just because someone took the longest to go ahead and to go through that process, maybe they were doing it correctly. Maybe it wasn't that they were slow. Maybe it was that they were doing a thorough job from that perspective. And so that's just another report that's going to be available to us here as well. As we would expect with Power BI, we've got a lot of filtering where we can go ahead and filter based upon recordings, date, time, etc. Now, this typically does take a minute or so to load, but that's basically how we can gain these insights themselves. And so what this allows us to do is we can see, once again, by user, how long all of these different steps take, be able to identify how long it takes on average, and then also the activity by median time as well. And so this gives you that insight that says, okay, we know we have a problem, we know we have variance, let's get things back on track, and then we can go ahead and build automation from that perspective. So in the interest of time, I am going to keep moving through our journey here. So naturally, as we talk about our platform and what makes us unique compared to others is our existing investments in Power Automate. So for those of you that have been using Power Automate for the last 4 years or so, you're very comfortable with our ability to provide cloud-based orchestration. We've got a rich set of connectors that's growing every week, whether it's first party, third party, or bringing your own custom connectors. We do have all of those capabilities as well. Naturally, and this is another really strong suit for us versus some of our competitors, is obviously the Microsoft 365 ecosystem is massive. It continues to grow, and it really becomes an on-ramp for automation, and it really becomes an on-ramp for our tools, knowing how well we do integrate with this platform itself. That does create opportunities for us. On top of that, we do have great support for the enterprise systems that you're also going to run into. As much as we love Dynamics, there's also other offerings out there, and we do have support for these other offerings as well. And I also believe Kim talked about this earlier today, but we also have the ability to plug in AI, and we can infuse our solutions with artificial intelligence. And naturally, this one comes up quite a bit with customers where people are looking to be able to process forms or invoices as an example, and we can go ahead and leverage AI Builder to scrape that pertinent information and then being able to use that information downstream, whether that's with our connectors or in our desktop applications that we're going to be going ahead and automating. This is another service that continues to be invested in. We've got the invoice processing starter kit that's recently been announced. We've got reinforced learning for fields. There's reinforced learning for tables that is coming in the near future as well. And so this is a service that continues to go ahead and grow. Now, this is going to be, I would say, one of the most important slides in the whole deck today. And what this really means, and I've alluded to this before, is that there's this spectrum in terms of where people are in terms of their digital transformation journey. And we've got a lot of systems that exist there where they've got modern APIs and we can use connectors. And for those of you that may not be as familiar with RPA, yes, like that is, you know, where a good portion of the world is they're adopting these systems and using connectors. But the reality is there's also a lot of legacy applications that exist today as well. And legacy, not necessarily in a bad context, but just this reality that you may not have APIs or you may not have access to APIs. And so what oftentimes is you get applications like intranet-based applications or even like partner-based applications where you have basically a vendor, maybe they're not a modern SaaS vendor, but they provide a service to your business and they don't give you the underlying access to the data. And so as a result, you need to go in through the front end, not the back end, in order to go ahead and to provide that automation. You might also run into situations like SAP. SAP has the ability to, the hooks, the integration hooks that you can call back-end APIs and use their BAPIs and RFCs and IDOCs. However, there may be some resistance to open that up to a broad ecosystem or a broad audience. And as a result, you're going to go ahead and automate through the front end. And so really our strengths are this ability to bridge these two worlds. And it shows up in our architecture where we do use cloud-based orchestration. We don't need you to install any orchestration on any machines in your environment. It's all run from the cloud. We've got thousands of triggers that you use today, whether it's processing emails or event-driven events from different systems, and to be able to respond to those events and then drive automation itself. And then where you need to reach out into desktop automation, you can, and we give you a seamless experience of passing inputs and to be able to retrieve outputs from that perspective as well, and really allows you to build the right architecture for you. So much like we talked a little bit about this already inside of the Process Advisor section, we're able to leverage that same recorder inside of Power Automate Desktop to go ahead and record interactions that we make across that legacy system that I showed you. Once we've got that recording, we can now go ahead and call that script from the cloud, pass in new inputs, and to be able to parameterize that script. Let that script run, get the results, and send context back up into the cloud itself. Now, what I do want to emphasize here is that when we talk about desktop automation, it is not just about recording. So recording is definitely a part of it, and we've got rich support for both automating like thick client applications, whether those be Windows or Java, but we also have the ability to use actions themselves. So much like we have connectors in our cloud flows, where we can say talk to Excel, we also have actions inside of Power Automate Desktop that allow us to provide almost like reusable functions. So things like being able to open up a file or to write a file, even open up Excel, call a macro, like those are repeatable functions or actions that we can go ahead and construct inside of our desktop automation as well. And really, like I said before, the key strength here is we've got this rich ecosystem of connectors, and we can blend that in with our desktop automation needs itself. Now, for some of you that may have taken a look at our UI Flows offering earlier last year, that we've come a long way, and part of that has been through the acquisition of Softomotive. They were an existing RPA vendor that had a rich customer ecosystem, and really what we've been able to do is leverage their Win Automation tool, being able to plug that into the Microsoft ecosystem, provide some additional investments on top of it, and now we have a really strong offering when it comes to desktop automation itself. And these are some of the additional capabilities that came along with that acquisition that really does give us the ability to compete with some of the familiar RPA vendors that you've likely heard of in the past itself. Here's just a quick screenshot of basically the canvas part of it is cut off here, but what we do have is that ability to go ahead and construct like a workflow and to be able to leverage both recording plus also the inbuilt actions as well. The look and feel is, some of the branding has been updated just to better reflect Power Automate. Another capability that is really important that we didn't have previously was the ability to include scripting as part of our desktop automations. And so I know probably every single one of you has used some sort of PowerShell or VB script in the past or within your organization. And it was always difficult to have like a catalog or to make a lot of that functionality reusable. And certainly we have the ability to go ahead and do that using Power Automate Desktop itself. In addition, we do have the ability to build some modular automation, subcomponents as well through the use of subflows, much like we do have child flows inside of our cloud flows. And then also the ability to combine both web automation and desktop automation. And that was another gap, or it was much more difficult to do back prior to the introduction of Power Automate Desktop itself. Another thing that's quite rich is our ability to basically provide rich error handling capabilities. And so what you're seeing here is we do have this desktop automation that's running on, say, a VM or a laptop, and we want to be able to capture that output. And what we did as a part of our GA launch is the ability to take all of that output and be able to sync that back up to the cloud. So you're not looking or worrying about log files that are being written to a local desk, like a local desktop, or a local network share that you now have to go ahead and manage. All of that is being pushed back up to the cloud. It's something where you can view your run history from a Cloudflow perspective, be able to jump into your desktop, basically telemetry as well, and to be able to see rich experiences about per action level inputs and outputs, and know exactly when something has failed as well. And so that's one of the key areas of investment that we've made over the last few months as well. Now, in terms of how all of this gets integrated together, it does get surfaced through a connector. So we naturally have Power Automate Desktop, where you go ahead and author these desktop automations. It is environment aware, so you can go ahead and save that script, and then it becomes discoverable. So you, as the owner of that automation, would be able to go ahead and add the run of flow built by Power Automate Desktop onto your Cloudflow, and then be able to discover any of those flows, those desktop flows that you have access to. And once you've been able to do that, you can also choose the mode, whether you want this to run in attended mode, so meaning it will run in the active logged in session on the machine, or unattended mode, where what will happen is Power Automate Desktop will essentially be logged in to a machine, execute, and then log out from that perspective. So really helps you address sort of those batch or scheduled backend processes that we all have in our organization. So that gets us kind of to stage 2 here, right? So we've gone ahead, we've identified bottlenecks within our process. Now what we can go ahead and do is we can now go ahead and build that automation and figure out how we can become more productive from that perspective. And then the next demo after, we'll talk a little bit about chatbots itself. And so that's what this looks like now, right? So what we're going to have is a contractor essentially email in their invoice. From a Cloudflow, we'll go ahead and pick up that email, that attachment, and we'll route it through AI Builder. We'll extract the core details that we need from that invoice, and then what we'll go ahead and we'll route it to a human for approval. So oftentimes in RPA, we talk about human in the loop, and this would be an example of that. We're going to go ahead and include the ability for a human to participate in this business process, making sure that the invoice that was submitted does align or reflect the amount of work that this specific contractor provided. And then provided that we're good, we'll go ahead and drive some downstream automation. And then we'll go ahead and close that loop by sending an email back indicating that we have gone ahead and processed that invoice. So let's go ahead and let's just take a look at a demo here. Okay, so what we're going to do is I will go ahead and do a quick walkthrough, and then I'll kick this off itself. So what happens here is, once again, all of our RPA processes are going to start from the cloud. Cloud-based orchestration is a huge part of our platform and is really advantageous for us. So we'll go ahead and we will retrieve an email that includes a subject filter of labor invoice, and we want to make sure that there's attachments. Once there is an attachment, we can go ahead and call a predict model. So this would be a custom model that was developed by providing invoice samples into AI Builder itself. And what will happen is once we go ahead and submit the content in real time, we'll be able to go ahead and extract the key pieces of data that we're interested in, and we'll use those downstream. We'll use it in our approval. We'll also use it naturally when we go ahead and drive the automation screen itself that I showed you previously. Now, this is going to support more from the chatbot perspective, which we'll talk about later. But what I am doing is I'm just capturing some information about the invoice so that later, if we do have basically a contractor that wants to be able to look up their invoice info, we can go ahead and to provide that. Now, what we've got here is we're going to go ahead and execute on that human in the loop experience that we talked about. We're going to do so using an adaptive card. And using that adaptive card, we'll go ahead and send that approval message over to our project manager here, who will go ahead and approve or reject that specific invoice. Now, provided we've got an approval, we're going to go ahead and then pass those details of the invoice down into our desktop automation. And our desktop automation will go ahead and run and input those values into our legacy system. Then what we're also going to do is we're going to just update that audit log I talked about, which will help us with our chatbot when we go ahead and we want to basically acknowledge the fact that their invoice has been approved or rejected. So that's what's going to happen here. Similarly, if it does end up being rejected, we'll capture that information in our audit log, and then we'll also go ahead and send that rejection email back to the user itself. So let's go ahead and let's just send an invoice in, and I will show you what this invoice looks like once it's been sent. Naturally, it's going to take a couple minutes for that email to get processed and scanned from that perspective. So let's go ahead and I'll just clean this up and send this across. Now, in terms of the invoice, this would be an invoice that we're going to go ahead and process using AI Builder. There's going to be a few different values we're interested in capturing. So we've got the bill to, which is essentially our account. We've got our contact. We also have our balance. And then we also have the invoice. And so using this invoice, we would have the ability to then look up the status of our invoice using the chatbot that I'm going to talk about a little bit later from that perspective. So let's just go ahead and close that. And then if we just head back out, we should see whether or not this is running yet. So it is running right now. And so what I would expect to see here shortly is an update inside of Microsoft Teams asking for me to go ahead and to approve this specific request. Go ahead and refresh this. Okay, we see that we have received the request itself. And so here we're taking advantage of that adaptive card. And that's what allows us to go ahead and have a rich experience here. And so once again, like standing on the shoulders of giants, being able to take advantage of the broader Microsoft ecosystem in order to provide these richer experiences for our employees. So now what's going to happen is we've gone ahead, we've approved the invoice. And we're going to then take the details that were scraped from that PDF, and we're going to pass that down to Power Automate Desktop. And as part of that Power Automate Desktop experience, it's going to open up our invoicing application, which we see right here. And we're going to take that information and to be able to go ahead and drive that screen, be able to go ahead and save it. And then what will happen is, as part of the end of that process, we're now going to go ahead and send the emails out. And so what we've got here is the email that has been sent out indicating that the invoice of $6,700 has been approved from that perspective. So we've gone ahead and automated that process so that we don't have to go ahead and provide all of those manual steps, and we know now that this is being essentially executed in a consistent manner. Now, just to give you some more sort of transparency in terms of what was built here, here is the process that was just executed inside of Power Automate Desktop what we have done here is we have used the desktop recording to go ahead and record all of those steps that we talked about. Now, when we go ahead and record, naturally, we always have essentially those hard-coded terms, and we don't want that hard-coded term. So what we can go ahead and do is construct a series of inputs and outputs, and then what we can do is replace the static text that we had previously with our inputs. And when we go ahead and call this desktop flow, you would have noticed that there was all of those inputs already defined inside of our flow itself. And it's because we go ahead and register these inputs and outputs that makes those values available inside our connector. And it's available naturally when we have inputs and we need to use dynamic contents to pass that data in. Or on the flip side, if we want to use the output from that desktop process, we also have the ability to go ahead and use that downstream as well. Okay, so I see that is still loading, so we'll just let that be. So that's what we're going to go ahead and do here. We'll go ahead and provide those inputs. We'll save the record. We'll then close, and then we have the ability to pass the record or the identifier back from the ERP itself back up to the Cloudflow, which we can actually go ahead and use to send back to the requester itself. And so that's what makes this a really powerful experience, is this deep integration between our desktop client and our cloud client, where we can go ahead and use those inputs much like we would with any other connector itself. Okay, so in the interest of time, I'm just going to keep moving here because we still want to talk about PVA. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about chatbots now. So we do have Power Virtual Agents, which really aligns to the overall strategy of the Power Platform itself. So much like we've democratized app building, we've democratized the ability to build workflows, cloud-enabled workflows and desktop automations, we can do the same thing with chatbots itself. And so typically when we talk about chatbots, some of the challenges that are related to it is just that people want a self-service experience rather than contacting an agent for assistance. I think we've all been there, you know, whether it's our internet service provider or some other sort of utility, it can sometimes be frustrating waiting on hold. So those organizations that can address customer needs using self-service not only make those customers happier, but it also helps reduce some of their labor costs as well. If you can provide some level of deflection through self-service and then include human-to-human interactions when it's really required and where it's really meaningful, that allows you as an organization, once again, to go ahead and scale. The other thing that's really important here is that customers expect consistency across different channels. So if I go ahead and use a chatbot or a web application or a mobile application or call someone on the phone, I expect that the person on the other end of that request has access to the same information. Fortunately, that's not always the case, but it's certainly something that can be addressed through chatbots and by carefully architecting these different solutions itself. Now, when we think about Power Virtual Agents, similar to some of the other Power Platform technologies, we really are standing on the shoulders of giants, right? You know, when it comes to Power Apps and Power Automate, there's naturally services in Azure that are being leveraged in order to deliver those services. Same thing from a Power Virtual Agents perspective. It starts off with some of the cognitive services that are available inside of Azure and all of those AI investments that come from Microsoft Research. Then on top of that, we've got the bot framework, which is a rich, you know, capability that's been around for quite a few years now in order to build these conversational chatbots itself. And then we've got the Power Platform. So we have the ability to plug into the Power Platform, take advantage of Microsoft Dataverse, take advantage of the admin controls that exist, take advantage of all of the identity management that exists in order to not have to reinvent the wheel. And then naturally on top of that, we've got Power Virtual Agents, where we have a maker portal and a maker experience that allows us to go ahead and build these chatbots and then leverage those Power Platform capabilities like sharing, like environments, like solutions, like connectors, once again, in order to allow us to focus on solving the business problem, not focusing so much on platform itself. And so what we're seeing a lot of these days is this notion of fusion dev teams or dev as a team sport. And it's really true. It's probably one of the services that best aligns to this analogy or this paradigm. And so once again, I talked about avoiding having a small group of experts that have to service the whole organization, instead of why not being able to scale those efforts. And we see this a lot where we'll have like an IT team or a dev team that's focused on building out some of the more complicated areas of a chatbot. It's usually the integration with, say, third-party systems or even systems within your own firewall, whether that's creating custom connectors, building automated flows, using Bot Framework Composer, or using Bot Framework Skills, but then allowing the subject matter experts to focus on content. So the ability to go ahead and to create, say, topics or dialogues, and then being able to them to speak in the language that they know their customers want to be spoken to. You may not have all of those insights from an IT perspective or dev perspective, and really that ability to collaborate is really what sets this service apart compared to others. Now, here's the essentially how we look at basically the life cycle of a chatbot. And it is one of those things when you think about chatbots is that it's not like a project that has a deterministic start and end date. The whole idea with a chatbot is you want to be responsive and agile to the needs of your users or your customers, whoever you're servicing. And so that's why we look at this more like a flywheel, in the sense that we'll start with a chatbot. We can seed it with pre-existing content through our topic suggestion features, where if we have an existing FAQ, we can go ahead and ingest that content and it'll build out all of these conversations or topics for us. We can then use natural language understanding in order to essentially route conversation. So when I start typing inside of a chatbot, it will know what topic is going to then service my request. And that's where we're taking advantage of the AI investments that Microsoft has already made in the past. On top of that, we've got extensibility. Our sort of initial extensibility option is Power Automate, which allows us to go use all of these connectors we just talked about, and even RPA if we want, to go ahead and execute processes on back-end systems on behalf of the user. And so when we talk about chatbots, there's oftentimes, the FAQ scenarios where it's like, I'm just going to provide information, and that's a great place to start. But we find when customers go ahead and try to transact on behalf of their users or their customers, that's where even more value is obtained. Now, there might be some scenarios where Power Automate just isn't enough. One could be, say, adaptive cards. And as a result, we do have the ability to also extend with Bot Framework Composer, which is currently in public preview. It was released this past fall. And also we've got Bot Framework Skills. So if you have an existing investment in skills, but you want to democratize who can go ahead and build out those conversations or those topics, that is an opportunity to plug those skills into your PVA bot and then allow your subject matter experts to focus on content. Once you've gone ahead and built your bot and you've tested your bot, you have the ability to publish that bot to a variety of channels. Certainly Teams has taken off big time for us, but also with chatbots, we oftentimes want to expose it externally. And as a result, we'll allow you to go ahead and rehost our iframe or even create a custom canvas that you can embed in your external website as well. Now, once your bot's in the wild and people are using it, you want to be able to monitor the performance. Because if people don't like your experience, well, you're not actually helping them, right? So it's one of those things where you want to understand what are people looking for and making sure that you're able to bring content forward to them to address those needs. If they're not finding value in your bot, guess what? They're just going to stop using it. And so it is something where you do monitor this, you do look for signals, you do look for ways you can improve the bot. And as a result, you kind of go through this iterative process again. And the whole goal is how you can drive up your customer satisfaction ratings. And that's the scenario that we're really talking about here, which gets measured inside of your analytics that are provided out of the box from that perspective. So now we're going to focus on this last end of the automation journey. And so we've gone through, we've been able to identify bottlenecks. We've been able to automate those specific use cases. And then what we're going to now do is enhance the experience. So we want to be able to enhance the customer experience, or in this case, the partner experience. So when we went ahead and sent the email in, as a contractor, obviously we're doing this in a demo, so everything happens quite quickly. We might be wondering, well, what is the status of my invoice? And, wouldn't it be great if I could go ahead and just, use a chat bot in order to go ahead and to determine that? And so what we can do here is let's go ahead and just send in another invoice. And then what we'll do is we'll flip over to Power Virtual Agents. So this is our Maker portal. Once again, I can log in with my same account. I get access to the same environments that Power Automate and Power Apps use. And I can go ahead and construct topics. These are essentially workflows that represent a conversation that I would have with a customer or a partner or an employee. Now, it all starts off with a greeting. And so as part of that greeting, I can walk up to a bot and say, hello, good afternoon, good evening, whatever. And it will be able to understand, using natural language understanding, what is my intent. And in this case, my intent is like, hey, it's a greeting. And so generally in a greeting, what we'll do is we'll provide some information about how people can use this bot. And in this case, we're going to provide some information, just some messages that we'll send to them. And then what we're going to do is we want to know who we're talking to. So we're going to ask them for some information that we can use to essentially look them up and validate who they are. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and ask for an email address, and then we're going to ask for their partner ID. And then what we can go ahead and do is use the Power Automate's Cloudflow to go ahead and to validate this partner information. And so I can, through the direct integration, go ahead and construct a flow, a cloud flow that will go ahead and do this for me, right? So I can go ahead and orchestrate this process, provide some different logic, and to be able to return a response back to my chatbot. So in this case, what we'll go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead, we'll reset the bot, and we will just initiate this greeting. And so I'm just going to say hi. I'm going to get asked for my email address. I'm going to go ahead and provide it. And then also I'm going to get asked for a partner ID as well, and I'll go ahead and provide it. Now, what's interesting about this as well is these variables that are being created when I basically respond to those questions, those are essentially global variables. And so they're going to be made available to other parts of the bot that are going to go ahead and use them. And so in this case, if I need an email address in some other part of the conversation, if I've already asked the question, it'll already be available for the bot. If it hasn't been asked, only then will it get prompted. So here, now that I'm authenticated and it's detected that and it's called me out by name, I have a couple of different options that I can go ahead and perform here. So one would be I want to go ahead and check on my payment status. Now here I need to provide my invoice ID, which as we saw previously in that image that was sent in, it was 1012. And so at this point in time, it's going to go ahead and look that up and see that it's pending approval. So at least now I know that this my invoice is still in a pending state from that perspective. Now I could also go ahead and say, okay, I wonder what the payment terms are. Like when can I expect my payment to be made? So I can go ahead now and click on payment terms, and then it's going to ask me what is my invoice. It's less than 50K, and so I can expect that it's going to be paid within 30 days itself. Now, one thing you may have noticed here is that it's a frequent request is like, how do I go ahead and stack some of these options vertically? And so I was able to do this using the Bot Framework Composer and also through essentially a thumbnail card. So this integration that we've recently introduced allows me to go ahead and to extend my bot using that capability of Bot Framework Composer itself. And so that's what is available here. That's what's happening here. After I go through my greeting, I will then go ahead and call essentially this dialogue or this topic that's in Bot Framework Composer called menu itself. Okay, so now what we can do is let's go ahead and make this person happy. So let's just go ahead and approve their request here. We will see the RPA process kick off once again. But now what we will be able to do is we will be able to go ahead and look this up to determine the payment status itself. Okay, so there was a question, triggers to RPA didn't get you. Okay, so when we talk about triggers, basically a trigger is your entry point into a cloud flow. And so this would be an example of a trigger when a new email arrives. And so we have a few different classes of triggers. One would be based upon a data event like this. Others would be, say, manually. So we have basically a button trigger that allows you to go ahead and manually kick off a flow. Or we have scheduling. So you can go ahead and create a schedule that says, every Monday morning at 6 a.m., go run this job. So those would be all examples of triggers. And so every connector, well, I shouldn't say every, because some connectors don't support triggers, but in general, connectors will have triggers, and we can go ahead and include those in our Cloudflow, and then as a result, go ahead and call our downstream desktop automation itself. Okay, so that RPA process has gone ahead and has completed. So I should be able now to go ahead and run my payment status. And here it's asking for my invoice ID, which I will once again provide 1012. And hopefully this now says approved because we went ahead and approved it from Microsoft Teams itself. Now, just quickly, what I do want to show you here is notice that when I did ask for my payment status, I only provided my invoice ID. And what we're going to see here is that, and this goes back to that global variable stuff, is that we had to provide the partner ID and the invoice ID as part of this request to get the invoice status. But because I had already captured the partner ID using a global variable as part of my greeting, I didn't get prompted for that. So that's a feature that you can also leverage in order to go ahead and just have a better experience for your customers or end users itself. So I know we're almost out of time here, but hopefully you sort of enjoyed that journey, the automation journey, and sort of what that means. And I think the core point with all of this is that we've got a rich integrated experience here. And I would encourage you to not only think of like how you've done automation in the past, but think about what new ways you might be able to go ahead and solve that problem that provides an even better experience for your audience, whether that's internal employees, external partners, or external customers itself. So with that, I'll leave you with a call to action here. If you're interested in some of the content I showed you around RPA and you want to go give this a try, we've got the RPA in a Day package. It does include the sample app that I showed you here today. There's also a lab on the Process Advisor capabilities. We also have PVA in a Day, where you can go ahead and build chatbots and find ways to use Power Automate to integrate from that perspective. And then also wanted to show you or share with you some additional content. So as part of the PowerCat team that I'm part of, we do have regular content. Automate It is focused predominantly on RPA, use cases and scenarios. And then we also have something similar for chatbots in a series we call Build a Bot. And then lastly, I'll leave you with my Twitter coordinates and then also my personal YouTube channel as well, where I typically post weekly on Power Automate or Power Virtual Agents content. So once again, thanks for your time, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of your day.
Well, thank you for that, Kent, and I'm sure these links are going to be highly valuable to all the attendees, so I'll make sure I share them in the chat window for everyone to have access to. And I think we're all excited how you're making development a team sport. That's something which will definitely make our day-to-day jobs a lot more fun and productive. So we're really behind you on that one. So thanks again, Ken, for sharing your time today and sharing that announcement around the Process Advisor, as well as the features that you showed with the Power Virtual Agent, as well as RPA. There's so much to use there right now to start to begin that journey for many of the organizations that haven't even begun yet. These tools are allowing organizations to start that journey of understanding their process so they can begin automating them. So really, again, Ken, thank you so much for today. It's been a great pleasure.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me, and kudos to you and the other organizers for putting on an event of this, both depth and breadth. It's almost hard to believe that it's going to go on for 5 weeks, or I guess 4 weeks here. So kudos to all of you that have been involved in making this a success.
Thank you so much again, Ken. So I will be sharing that information in the chat window. So don't worry, everyone. You will get access to all those materials that Ken mentioned. Especially, I know you're interested in the RP in a day and PV in a day workshop. So I'll definitely share that in the chat now. Now, over to the next session. And again, we have another guest speaker from Microsoft. It's none other than Ali Youssefi. Hello there, Ali.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone.
Hi there. So for those who are not aware, I'm a personal fan of Ali. I follow him on YouTube, and I didn't realize he worked for Microsoft. And so it's a big pleasure to have you here today, Ali. And you really do cover the topics that often are challenges for developers working on a project, especially with Power Platform. So without further ado, Ali, over to you.
Thank you very much. Well, everyone, I hope you can see my screen here. Today, we are going to cover how to unify and act on continuous integration logs using Azure Automation and Azure Monitor. The agenda for our session today will be to cover quickly continuous integration and the value it provides, the session objectives for today, working with Azure DevOps and GitHub automation tools, how to collect artifacts from Azure DevOps and GitHub, how to react to change. We'll kind of have a demo that I've pre-recorded. Maybe I'll be able to talk through that. And I'm not sure if we're going to be able to open the mic up for Q&A, but if anyone can, type in any questions, or there's any questions I can address while we're working together, I'm happy to address those. So without further ado, let's begin. So continuous integration here. This is a nice image that I grabbed from a kind of a recent Gartner report regarding just kind of the 5 pillars that we have of DevOps that most people would be familiar with, I would hope. That from agile practices, continuous quality, from security, compliance, governance, reliability, resilience, and platform engineering. As we know, the importance of DevOps has been well versed. A lot of proponents for it have come out and really, helped us see the value of it, the plan, the process, and the people that go into DevOps. And each year, organizations, they continue to realize the value and grow their value of DevOps, from continuous integration to continuous monitoring, quality, making sure we implement a DevOps strategy. Is key to, as a company, how we innovate, how we collaborate, and how we deliver value. As part of this, and it's kind of the nature of this session here, is that we want to look at how we can streamline these processes that we're using so we can constantly evaluate the tools to make sure that we are continuously delivering value to our customers. With that said, the session objectives we have for today will be to understand automation offerings from both Azure DevOps and GitHub. We're going to learn how we can consolidate and collect artifacts and data points. We'll look to analyze and detect trends and anomalies from our automation offerings. And finally, some techniques to stay proactive and agile utilizing proven practices. So a little bit about me. My name is Ali Youssefi. I am a senior customer engineer for Microsoft. I work in the Power Platform and Dynamics 365 space. Current certifications include Azure DevOps Engineering, Dynamics 365 Power Platform Architect, and Azure Solution Architect. I'm a certified trainer and hold MCSEs in both Cloud Platform and Business Applications. So I'm not sure how much experience everyone on the call has with Azure DevOps, but I thought it would be helpful to kind of step back and just get a better understanding of the terminology that we'll be working with during this session today. So Azure DevOps has something called pipelines that include builds and agents and so on. So a pipeline will run on a agent. You ask what would an agent be? Well, an agent could be a Microsoft provided container, could be a self-hosted or company hosted virtual machine workstation, could even be say a Docker container that's could be leveraged with say Kubernetes or such. So Microsoft provides the Microsoft hosted agents, which have certain tooling inside of it and so on that allow us to quickly work with kind of industry standard services that are available, as well as kind of build our own and leverage some of the Microsoft stack as well as the open source stack. When we are looking to work with these agents, we want to provide something called a build definition. A build definition simply means we are going to design a workflow, if you will, that encompasses what we would call a build. Well, what goes in a build? A build has jobs. Jobs are many different types of jobs, and jobs can actually run on separate types of containers. So a certain job could maybe run on a Windows container. A job could run on a Linux container or even a Mac OS container. So jobs can encapsulate different tasks. Well, a task would be something maybe like a script, like think of a PowerShell script, maybe a service, maybe something offered from Microsoft. So for instance, if we are talking about Power Platform, we have the Power Platform build tools from the Microsoft product group. We have other third-party and community offerings as well that we can leverage here. They represent the foundation of what we do in a pipeline. As you see in the red box, we have artifacts. So artifacts could be things from packaged consumables. So you may have maybe solution files, maybe you have assemblies, maybe you have even source code that may need to be delivered. So for instance, I may need to push data to source to a Azure function. I may need to create a solution package that can be imported into Power Platform environments. So we have artifacts that are encompassed within the build. Those artifacts could also represent continuous quality artifacts, so things like code analysis, test, code coverage, etc. So each one of these items we have in here kind of is all tied to a build. So, but for this particular session, we are interested in not only the build, but we want to get to the low level to better understand how we can optimize these builds. So for us, we want to focus on these yellow boxes, the tasks. So what does a task have? Well, a task has the logs. It has the status. Did it succeed? Did it fail? It has the timeline. How long did it take to run? And then of course, like I said, the logs, which can have the verbose logging to tell us, hey, what's going on inside of this task? What's the instrumentation that's happening? And as you can see here, we also have things like timeline, and these all represent. I've highlighted these in bold. All of these represent particular API calls that we can use to help kind of grab this information from all of our historical and running builds to kind of understand more about how they've ran in the past, what they're trending, and how they're looking now, including again task info, timings, log paths, statuses, etc. So that's kind of Azure DevOps in a nutshell. For GitHub, a little bit different here because it has different APIs that allow us to run check suites and so on. So the core of a GitHub action is a workflow, which is very similar to a build. Inside of that, we have the different runs that can happen off of this workflow. So the workflow would be a YAML file that instructs the agent. Remember, we have the Windows agent, Linux agent, etc., to perform these particular steps. Inside of the workflow, we can have jobs that can run on the different agents. The action run, the workflow action run, will be the run from that particular YAML file that can be kicked off manually from a workflow dispatch, can be kicked off from a pull request, for instance, if we want to try to do a merge of a pull request, or maybe we have a push of a commit, we can do something like that. When we have an action run, there is a check suite that's associated with that. That check suite will represent the kind of think of like quality that would be within our workflow action run. So, being able to run, code quality, so running code analysis and so on would be inside of the check suite. Well, check suites will encompass many runs. So a check run is kind of the core of what we have for this action run. The reason I'm calling all this out is simply because when we get to the webhooks, you'll see, what is actually going to be delivered from GitHub, and I'll explain that in detail when we get a little further. But I want you to understand specifically in this case that a action run ID is relatively static and can be rerun multiple times, and it's tied to the check suite is tied to your particular commit. And so when you have your commit, you can then rerun your action and update things and understand more about that. So check suite and check run will be kind of the crux of what we're going to be using when we want to extend and learn more about our particular GitHub actions. The reason we're calling this out now is because, looking ahead, we're going to be working with the various APIs and SDKs that each one of these offerings that we'll be working with have. And so that said, let's go ahead and get into collecting artifacts. We have three major areas: integrating, collecting, and storing the artifacts. For integrating for Azure DevOps, what's nice about both of these, is they have an Azure Logic App connector. For DevOps, we have quite a few options here in terms of triggers and actions. For triggers, we can trigger off of a build when it's completed, regardless if it completed successfully or completed with failure, if it maybe got canceled or any kind of maybe some human intervention here, or maybe if it got queued but it's sitting in a long line of queues and we need to figure out how to prioritize or triage that particular build. So the Logic App or Power Automate connector provides us some robust statuses and objects that we can trigger off of. We have a build events webhook. So we have the webhook provides us the complete flexibility we need to work with the actual events themselves. If we want to, say, tie into an Azure function, or in our case, Azure automation, we can use webhooks to notify us with Microsoft Teams or an Office 365 notification or an Outlook email, or even a third-party piece like Slack or something like that, right? Azure DevOps does have a very, very robust REST API with different API versions. I highly recommend familiarizing yourself with that. Within that RESTful API, you can do things such as review your environments, your deployment jobs, your approvals, how long approvals have been sitting in the queue waiting for people to approve or reject. You can again look at previous builds, actually look at trends between builds as well, like the diffs between commits. You can run a search and see how many commits have been committed on a particular file, how many changes have been committed on a particular file. And Azure DevOps also includes a SDK, a .NET SDK that can be used within Azure Functions or your app service, or even an on-premise application you have. For GitHub, we do have a Logic App and Power Automate connector, mainly tied to issues and comments, more of the collaboration experience with GitHub. So for GitHub specifically, we're going to be looking at more using the Action Run webhook and RESTful API. The Action Run webhook for GitHub allows us to set up webhook events, and so webhooks will essentially act as a notification to external systems. So in our case, we're going to register to look for action runs completed, or something that's close enough for an action run to complete, so we can collect the artifacts for it. GitHub REST API also includes, lots of flexibility to be able to rerun, to get artifacts, to look at commits, and etc. What's neat about GitHub is that we do have a PowerShell module that is all open source that allows us to work with the RESTful API. You'll notice one of the main differences between these two is that one has an SDK, where one also has a PowerShell module. All right, so collecting artifacts, this is where it gets kind of fun, because we can look at leveraging low code or pro code. And I know we have some sessions coming up in the Global Automation Bootcamp that will cover Power Automate and Logic App. And what's neat about the connectors I mentioned is they quickly allow you to work with both GitHub and DevOps. So you can quickly build with the UI. You have the connectors for both. You even have the connector for the next piece where we're going to store data for log analytics, and you can test and deploy right from your browser. Some of the benefits of that are the quickly the building and deploying, but some of the cons are that these connectors are think of kind of wrappers around an API, providing you kind of an SDK over an API. Well, some of those connectors don't necessarily expose all of the potential methods or usage of an API. So if you get into a spot where you may hit a cliff, that's where we can go in the no cliff approach and go to the pro code, where again we can quickly deploy with all the tools that we have at our disposal. Visual Studio Code, Azure Portal allows you to commit directly through the portal. You get the flexibility of being able to work with the API, and that could be through using PowerShell like we'll see in GitHub, or using the RESTful API that we use for Azure DevOps. You have Logic App integration. So what's nice about the function in Azure Automation is if you still like the low code approach, but you hit that cliff, you can simply create your Azure function or Azure Automation book and invoke those via your Logic App or Power Automate flow. What's nice about the function and Azure Automation is that you can very easily commit to both Azure Application Insights and or Azure Log Analytics. The key here is that with Power Automate and Logic Apps, currently there is not a Application Insights connector at least, so you have to build a custom one. With Azure Automation and Azure Functions, we can leverage the assemblies that we have for Application Insights to leverage the SDK. Also, one final point, but very big point, is hybrid workloads. With Azure Automation, we can work with our servers and such that are on premise. So if we need to maybe start looking at how to run self-hosted runners, or quickly take a build and modify it to work with our services that we have in-house, we can do that easily with Azure Automation. Finally, to actually store the data we'll be working with, we have two major offerings for Microsoft Azure, including Azure Application Insights and Azure Log Analytics. For the people who have used this, you've probably seen some of the newer kind of features of Application Insights, including being able to either migrate existing ones to Log Analytics workspaces or kick them off from Log Analytics workspaces. So I get this question a lot from some of my customers, which are why would I choose one or the other? Well, Log Analytics is fully customizable. You get a workspace by default. You can essentially ingest anything. It works very well with custom JSON objects. You can extend it as needed. Application Insights, a little bit more constrictive in terms of the tables that you have, but once you begin using it and seeing how everything can relate to each other, it's very powerful. Also has very useful tooling for analysis, such as performance and failures and different ways of understanding anomalies. Has smart detection. It can understand if there's a trend in failing request and notify you and take action. And again, you can enrich data points very easily by adding sessionable contextual information. And just to kind of recap what we saw earlier, we have the builds, jobs, tasks, and workflows. I want you to think about how you could possibly break these down into relatable tables. Think of a relationship model and how these could be broken maybe into individual events or records within a table, and how you could correlate them. The reason I put this one on here is because going forward as part of my demo, you'll see me kind of look at both of these different workloads from Azure and GitHub, and try to look at them from a distributed transaction model, so that we look at how we work with an API. When we work with an API, what do? We invoke an API and we get a response. we don't know what happens in the black box, if you will, but the black box may have all these extra calls and services it has to render and do work to provide us that response that we need. So in our case, we're going to follow a similar approach where our build will be essentially our request to the API, and the jobs and tasks and so forth can be the dependencies on that, and that will help us kind of create a relationship model so we can quickly identify a build or workflow that may be failing or may be trending in the wrong direction. Moving forward, we are looking at next how we can react to change. 3 buckets again: analyze, visualize, respond, and inform. But before we get to that, I thought it'd be fun to talk about a scenario that's actually came up to me recently, and I thought it'd be fun to kind of think about some of the technology we've already talked about and how to apply it to a real-world scenario. So in this case, we have a scenario here where we have Azure DevOps pipelines running successfully. That's great. But our business is expecting a faster turnaround for hot fixes and deployments. So we need to be able to quickly analyze our build task, the trends in those, and look for optimization. However, due to budget and resource constraints, we can't necessarily spend a bunch of time developing and testing a particular solution. We need something we can quickly deploy and start collecting the metrics so we can better understand where we can tune these processes we're using. So we require something that's not only effective but cost efficient. So in this case, I think it'd be what I think we would try to first do is start looking at a low code approach. So that would help us stay, cost efficient in terms of development hours and development costs, as well as being able to quickly deploy. So in this case, I went with an Azure Logic app. Remember, Azure Logic apps allow us to be triggered off of a complete of a DevOps pipeline build. That can be a successful one, a failed one, it can be anything, but it will fire off that and provide us some contextual information about the build. So in this case, I'm going to fire on the complete of a Azure DevOps pipeline build. I can then use the Azure DevOps connector, which has a REST API action, and this one is awesome to say the least, because it's highly flexible. If you find yourself in a spot where maybe you've been using the actions and they've been working very well for you, but for some reason there's probably an action that you need that's not there, by looking at the documentation on the REST API, you can leverage a connector action called the REST action that allows you to essentially add a URL fragment to the end of your connector to really get whatever or post whatever you'd like. And so in this case, the build timeline we need that's part of the REST API is not something that's native to the connector. But using the action, we can now retrieve our timeline, which means we can see how long a job took, how long each individual task spent, how long the duration was for each task. So now we've collected that information. We can then use the log analytics connector to quickly take that JSON response and simply send it over. So now we have a custom table that now contains all of our DevOps pipeline build task timeline information within there. As part of this piece here, you could also collect logs and so on. And each one of these you could send to a different table and correlate them with the IDs for the build. And finally, we've studied, we've understood where we could potentially optimize our pipeline. So now we have updated the pipeline definition. Remember, we're using YAML, and now we are able to now optimize our build task. And we could simply have this running, and this will always, collect us data, which we can then, analyze and critique. All right, so analyze, visualize, and respond. So I've chosen 4 main areas here that I think will work out for Azure Monitor, BI, Data Lake, and then actually taking some action here, which I'll get into that in a second. But first, let's talk about analyzing the data we get. Once we've stored it within Application Insights or Log Analytics, the beauty of those 2 log solutions is that we now have an API that we can quickly use to build robust dashboards, charts, slicers, matrices, and so on that can be then embedded and and Power Apps portals can be viewed on your mobile device, can be used almost anywhere. So we can visualize our Azure Monitor data, specifically our Azure DevOps build pipelines, our GitHub workflow actions. So we can start building line charts and scatter plots and really start, kind of building these dashboards that are going to be helpful for the analysts to be able to understand where we may be, regressing, or we may have some place for tuning our automation. And again, you can embed those in apps and sites. Something we actually use here at Microsoft in support is we use Azure Data Explorer. Works with big data, right? Can handle it from multiple sources. Think about all the different services and products that we support. They all have their own telemetry that they provide. Well, the beauty of Azure Data Explorer is that we can build these what's called Custo clusters that can provide real-time analysis from these different multiple sources, and they can be transformed and loaded into the particular models that we want. They allow us to explore data effectively and efficiently, and you can, scan millions of records in literally seconds. So very, very, very good. Couple options here. One for more visualization, and one for more core query. The beauty of it is that Microsoft Power BI can take a Custo query and can consume it, and will allow you to kind of create the charts and dashboards you want, which will be part of the demo a little bit later. And learning, next part. So learning, what's neat about this is now once we have all of our logs in a centralized area, we can then do things such as spin up alerts. So alerts can tell us when there may be issues with maybe the DevOps service itself, when there may be some issue with some of the services, or quote unquote the dependencies we're using as part of our task. We can then leverage smart detection to see if there's any sort of trends. And we have the proactive monitoring piece as well, where we can spin up alerts to notify us. It can notify Teams channels, DLs, or it can actually take actions, which we'll show in the demo. But that can be things such as kickoff webhooks, logic apps, even Azure Automation and Azure Function. We can also take our log analytics and funnel that to Azure Data Lake, and that's where we can, really shine with the data scientists. We can ingest raw data and build AI and learning off of our trends. So we can, look at how, hundreds, thousands, millions, if we want, of logs and artifacts, and really understand, where this could be, where we could tune and optimize. For respond and inform, again, we have the alert actions we talked about before. You can spin those up to again alert you. Also here we have Azure Sentinel, and when you start working with log analytics, you start getting into the space of Azure Sentinel, which can start looking for anomalies, threat detection, et cetera, and kind of be that kind of first layer of defense to make sure there, maybe somehow a pipeline or workflow action is providing credentials or doing something that we may not want. And so Azure Sentinel allows us to be able to audit and quickly take action on our pipelines as well. To inform, Microsoft Teams, really great. There's actually a bot for both for Azure DevOps and GitHub. The bot works very well with Teams and channels within Teams to allow you to do things, to have approvals and let you know when builds have completed and failed and so on, using action cards. Azure Communication Services are key here. We can quickly send SMS, we can have phone calls, we can chat with bots, etc., using the Azure Communication Service channels to inform our key stakeholders, and make sure we enhance all the channels that we do use for informing our team members. Finally, for act and deploy, again, the neat part about DevOps Build and GitHub Actions is they have APIs and SDKs that allow us to, not only read, but to invoke and to tell these things. Hey, we want to queue a build. We want to requeue this build, but maybe under these different circumstances. So, for instance, if we're working with Power Platform and maybe we're doing something like importing a solution, maybe something happened where we introduced a unmanaged layer and we need to be able to roll back and put in the managed layer. We can requeue and change our variables and so on. you can quickly update YAML using the API. You can deploy agents. So for instance, I do a lot of UI test automation. Some of the parts here is that you may run into misaligned dependencies on the Microsoft agent. For instance, when you're working with UI, you're working with browser drivers like Chrome driver, there could be mismatched dependencies there. You may need to have particular extensions installed on browsers. So for instance, you may want to run it on a self-hosted runner. You may want to deploy out to a kind of a pool of self-hosted servers. Maybe they have different conditions they run under. Maybe they, so they're testing how your end users may interact with the platform. So you can quickly do that with the Azure DevOps builds, API and SDK. GitHub Actions quickly rerun actions. What's neat about it is it provides you APIs to rerun, to cancel, to do all of these things. You can also update the workflow definition just like the YAML. And again, you can deploy agents in a very similar mechanism as the DevOps API. So one more scenario before we get into the demo here. So I thought this was kind of funny. So I wanted to do a GitHub one this time. So in this case, our deployments, we're using GitHub action runs, are failing, and they're failing due to misdependencies that are required for us to run our run. So we're running our GitHub actions in a GitHub hosted runner to save maintenance and operational cost here. So we don't necessarily want to have to pay for pay the overhead to have to maintain and patch servers, or in this case. So we want to run the GitHub hosted runners similar to the Microsoft hosted runners. So we need to get notified, as well as have a deployment rerun immediately as soon as it fails, to better, to quickly react. But we also need to be notified and be able to capture the logs and artifacts so that we can understand what's going on here. So the analyst team has requested that we ensure that we track the trends of our check suites and external traffic. One thing that they're interested in is that GitHub, in this case, we have a public released service that we have. Maybe you've written your own your own GitHub action task, or you have your own service that you're promoting. You want to be able to track the trends and see where people are stargazing, or people are downloading your releases and so on here. So in this case, we're going to go a little bit deeper and a little bit more on the pro code side. So in this case, one thing that I called out a little bit earlier is that with GitHub, currently as it stands, is that the GitHub connector itself is kind of limited to the collaboration experience. So things like working on issues, commenting on PRs and this kind of thing. That it triggers very well there. But for triggers such as completing of check suites, check runs, workflow, dispatches, etc., not so much. So in this case, we're going to actually leverage Azure Automation, which has webhook capabilities to allow us to kick off a runbook based on certain events within GitHub. So in this case, we're going to register a webhook on complete of a check suite. So why not a check run, which happens multiple times within a check suite? Well, a check run can actually complete, and a check suite can still be running. And if the check run is not is complete, but the check suite's still running, we're going to have potentially not being able to collect all of the artifacts we need. What I've also found through pretty vigorous testing is that ultimately a way to get to the actual run is through the check suite. The check run, a little tricky to get to the check suite, can be done. I do find the check run a little bit more chattier than the check suite. So we go with the check suite. It seems to work very well and gets me each individual run. So in this case, after the testing I've done, I would highly recommend the complete of the check suite. So in this case, we're kicking off a webhook that is attached to an Azure Automation runbook. We're going to use something called the Powershell for GitHub module, which I'll demo a little later. And this module is a wrapper over the GitHub API. So it allows us to quickly authenticate with a personal access token, or PAT, And then we can send all these subsequent requests back and forth to it. So we'll use that module to collect data. We can quickly use that module to also to rerun a failed build. So we'll rerun the request, which will kick off again for GitHub to rerun, which again then would again fire this off and so on here. So maybe build in some checks here to ensure that you're not just getting into a continuous loop. Also, because our analyst team has required us to track trends, we're going to use Azure Automation to send events to application insights. And this will be fun because this is it's not necessarily native to Azure Automation, which tends to has a native integration with log analytics. But in our case, we're gonna play with App Insights and kind of see how we can make that work. Once we send it to App Insights, again, we can use Azure Monitor to alert stakeholders, and we'll do a demo of that now. So I went ahead and pre-recorded myself with the demo. I'm going to see if the audio will work. If it works, I'll just go on mute and let it play. If it doesn't, I'll just talk through this. So let's see how it works.
Hi there, Ali. There's no sound.
Okay, sorry about that.
Oh, there you go.
Let me see what I can do about pausing it. Sorry about that.
That's better. Oh, we've lost you again, Ali.
Can you hear it now?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm playing it. Can you hear it talking? So I'm talking right now. I don't know if you could hear it on the recording. If not, I can quickly talk through it.
Yeah, we can't hear the recording.
Okay.
We can only hear your voice now. Yeah.
Sure. So in this one here, what we're doing is I'm getting the PowerShell for GitHub module, and I showed how we can include it from the module gallery. all we're really doing here is we're deserializing that webhook data that you had seen earlier from Visual Studio Code. I'm setting who the owner is, which is me, and then the repo name here. This get automation variable is very key to Azure automation. It allows us to store variables obviously outside of the runbook. What's really neat about it is that it can be secure string, use Azure default. So even as a say as a administrator, I won't have access to it. So this GitHub, you see here, even if I open this up, it'll be empty. I won't ever be able to see it. So it's a great way of encrypting variables, similar if you use like Azure DevOps. So I'm just going to take that encrypted variable and create an authentication header here. You can see. What I'm highlighting here is this is the application insights assembly. Azure Automation out of the box does not include that integration with application insights. So in this sample, we're actually going to show how you can take a zip file, or excuse me, a DLL that's in a zip file and import that into your Azure Automation kind of area. So in this case, I needed application insights. It could be any dependency. I had to zip it up, and then I actually would import it into Azure Automation. So I'm going to show that here in a second. And so we're about to put this into, again, we're going to put this in as a DLL, but we're going to focus on this C::modules user. If you ever store a module here, you add a module, that's where it's going to put it. That's key. That was a trick to find that key piece. That's not really documented anywhere. So this piece right here. So keep that in mind. So you'll have your DLL, which will be in a folder. Microsoft.application insights, you'll have your DLL here. Just this part's static, and when you're doing it locally, just point to a local version of the DLL. So it might be, like folder, something like that. Once you have that, you can leverage this object. So it's taking the object in the assembly and then being able to use it. So what I'm doing now is I'm getting all of the runs for this particular repo. I'm going to find the one that's related to my check suite. Remember, we can't necessarily do a webhook to our run, so we have to rely on the check suite and check run. So with check suite, it's kind of tied one-to-one to a workflow run. So we're going to take the check suite, do it equal on that, and we're going to get run our workflow run object, and we're going to move on to track GitHub action run, and GitHub action run will get me my workflow run, just to make sure we have everything we need. This might be optional here. We're going to get the workflow run, and this invoke GH_REST method is from the Powershell for GitHub module. It'll provide a single record back. There's also one for bringing back a list of records. And inside here now we're going to look at the jobs. So a workflow can have multiple jobs. So in this case, each job is going to be its own request because it has different steps. My steps are going to be considered dependencies of my job. So a job, remember, could be Linux, Windows. And every step inside, could maybe work with Linux, but not work with Windows, vice versa. So we want to kind of keep that correlation there. And App Insights works well with the dependency exceptions, etc. So what I'm showing here is how you can essentially build out dependency objects and build out a custom dimensions bag that will include other data points that we can then kind of tie together. So in my case, I'm taking the run ID, the job ID, and other ID URLs and so on that I'll use. So now I'm in Application Insights. In Application Insights here, I'm going to run a query for dependencies where the timestamp, meaning anything that's newer than 3 days ago. That's what this is. And I can see these are all of my GitHub workflow action task names. Take a look at it. This a workflow called export and publish file. 2 jobs, export from dev and run quality checks. One's failed, one is successful. So we go in the failed one and see this who am I. So this is one using the Power Platform tools from the product group in the who am I failed, probably credential issue there. I can go and see these are the steps: set up, run action, who am I, export solution, upload the artifact, and clean it all up. And then we're going to go back to App Insights. I can now see the same steps. Yeah, you can see types. We have types of checkpoints and tasks and phases and so on. Like this here, this one I'm showing you is a mix of both DevOps and GitHub. So in this case, this Power Platform export solution is, you can see the URL here is actually Azure DevOps. But with this here, I can say, you know, what was the order it went in? What was the duration? What's the log URL? You know, rerun URL. Who's the provider? Maybe I'm using a community built first-party tool. I could see the job name, the run ID, job ID, and all of these. The custom dimensions is a JSON serialized, and you can extract it using the, I think it's expand underscore JSON or parse underscore JSON method, which will allow you to then query each one of the objects within. So maybe you say, I want to find which one is a job ID XYZ or one. Now we're creating an alert rule. So there's a button that I click called New Alert Rule. It'll quickly let us take a query that we built and create a custom log, which we can then say, do we want it based off a number or aggregate of result set? And we can say how fast do we want it to run. In this case, we're going to have it run every 10 minutes. That's often it's going to run. There you can create an action group. Action groups can help notify, or they can, actually take action. So for instance, in this case here, I'm going to demo how I can take action by spinning or sending a webhook back to another Azure automation runbook, or Azure function, webhook, etc. So you see runbook function, logic apps, webhook, secure webhooks. And when you click on this, it'll put up a URL over here. And when you have the URL, what's neat about GitHub specifically is that it has a rerun URL that it provides you. So if it fails, you have immediate access to the rerun URL. You could put out middleman, if you will, with Azure Automation and simply rerun it instead of having to go back and reloading. So it's pretty neat what you can do here. Again, what's cool about the webhooks, you can use Power Automate. So there's a lot of options. Finally, we're going to export and hit export to BI, which will download a text file, which will show you how to take this query and pump it into a Power dashboard. In this case, this is the output. You can see over here I have my dependencies, and I have that has the duration. Very rudimentary here, but this is just kind of showing you what you can. Each one of these artifacts provides GitHub links. You have the automation scripts. Power BI. Take this and build off of it. So yeah, we're just gonna show, like, I can click over here. This is a slicer, so I can choose the different jobs that I have or builds that I have. So that's the beauty of doing a request and dependency type thing. Is now I can have kind of the parent file. So I can say, for instance, I'm export from Dynamics org, unpacking a solution and committing it to source. I can see that and see all of the different steps that happened. I can see the installer. I exported a solution, unpack solution. I can now see tool installer took 24,323 milliseconds. Maybe there's room for optimization here by caching tools or using a self-hosted runner that already has the solution package and whatever. So this is nice because I can kind of see where these are going and where they're trending, and which ones are kind of bigger vendor of down. So you can timestamp it, configurations as well. So that's pretty much, I think, the end of this one here. I'm just kind of going here. Of course, we have the wonderful community Power Platform tools as well. The MSCRM ones, it's very nice. Yeah, so we're just collecting and showing how these. In this case, I have role name. I'm adding. This is contextual. So you'd like to enrich data. Am I running it on a self-hosted or Microsoft-hosted agent? What operating system am I running? What version of the operating system or what tools am I running? Am I running Visual Studio 2019 or 17 or Windows 10 and so on? So that's the end of that demo. Let's continue on so we can have some time for Q&A. So I hope with the session takeaways that we now have emphasized how continuous quality is across organizations and how we can understand trends and quickly act, and how that's paramount to success. How these continuous integration artifacts and logs, how they can come in all shapes and sizes, and the need to unify them grow along with organizations. An example would be if I worked for an organization that maybe had acquired a previous company that used GitHub. How do I, still use their continuous integration alongside my Azure DevOps, or vice versa? Or maybe I need to migrate from Azure DevOps to GitHub workflows and still keep kind of the trends and stuff that I was having. This here will provide us an ample opportunity to do that. We review the approaches presented to analyze performance and how we could optimize efficiency. Want you to be able to examine collaboration techniques. So, using the webhooks, what's neat about them is that we can use, even third-party connectors as long as Microsoft connectors, but we can use connectors for first-party like Teams, third-party for Slack, and so on. We can even create work items back into, DevOps or other work item tracking systems that we use. Finally, we can deploy at scale, and this one is important because with this here, with monitoring and the ability to quickly act and kick off another webhook, we can spin up. I didn't get a chance to show this one, but we can actually take the agent. Imagine taking the agent that we need to run our pipelines. Having a Azure Container Registry or Docker Container Registry that has our different images, quickly spin those up with Kubernetes or however we want to orchestrate that. Have those as our agents to be able to run our pipelines in parallel. I say this, because again, with my background with test automation, I've seen organizations that have thousands and thousands of tests that can take days to run. And how do we find ways to parallelize this to quickly find, where we may be failing, so we can, speed up our deployments? Because that's kind of the, one of the name of the game really is like quickly being able to deploy. So I hope all of that was helpful. For some references, here's the links for GitHub, PowerShell for GitHub, GitHub REST API, DevOps REST API, .NET SDK. I'll provide some of my references here, my YouTube channel with some videos on various topics, GitHub account, which has some tools that I've built to help automate the Power Platform admin center. I'll have the repo for this here with all the stuff I showed on the demo here as well. My monitoring Power Platform series on the CE or PFE blog. Here's the Easy Repro blog if you're using that tool, and then my LinkedIn for contact information. I'm not sure how you guys are doing for the references or with the slide deck. I'm happy to provide this slide deck as well. I can put it in my repo. I can however you guys like to do it. I can take these references and put them in the chat. This is pretty much the end of it. I'd like to leave any time we have left for any Q&A. Anything that I covered, if you'd like me to share my screen and talk through anything in particular, I'm happy to do that now.
Thank you once again, Ali. And look, you've covered a lot there. You have. And I think the main contention point, most of the attendees, including myself, will have is Azure DevOps versus GitHub, right? So I know there's no competition, but usually an organization opts for one or the other. What is your recommended approach to that?
If I were complete greenfield, I would adopt GitHub. I think that there's massive investment in the GitHub platform. I see it being sort of the future of DevOps. I think it's proven. I think it's been around for many years. Has millions of repos, and has very robust community. I would recommend GitHub. Now, I will say in terms of parity, I think DevOps still in terms of the kind of the pipelines and some of the things you can do, I think still have, and honestly, some of the marketplace is very robust with Azure DevOps. But I would recommend, if you're evaluating both, well, at least some of the things you can do to help kind of secure yourself from technical debt is to start leveraging YAML for your pipelines, which I'm pretty sure most people are doing, and start looking for potential marketplace tools and such that would work well with both Windows and Linux containers. If one thing I will say that's very helpful is that if you look at the documentation for GitHub runners, the GitHub hosted runners are the same runners that Azure DevOps uses. So if I were to say take my Easy Repro build definition and take it over to GitHub, now I'd have to modify the YAML slightly because of it's not like a complete shift to GitHub there. But in terms of the tooling, if I was using a certain version of Google Chrome 88 or Microsoft Edge or what have you, the tooling would be the same. And what's actually kind of neat is that you can connect both with webhooks. I could have source in GitHub, run in DevOps. I can have source in DevOps go to GitHub if I need a little bit of, maybe I need something that's here and not there, and so on. One thing that just came out recently that I think is that I've wanted for a while in GitHub is the concept of environments. So that's there. And I think that's a very important one. There's actually a GitHub repo that you can follow along on an issue. I think it's an issue, but it talks about it's their roadmap, and so you can subscribe to that. I would highly recommend, if you're familiar with GitHub, finding that roadmap and subscribing to it, and you'll get email notifications when there's an update to what features are coming on the roadmap.
Thanks for that, Ali. So certain organizations will lean obviously automatically towards GitHub, whereas with more of the kind of organizations that are very aligned to the Microsoft stack will obviously be with Azure DevOps. Now, I think my next question is related to Easy Repro adoption, because we see that there still is some challenges, what we've seen on the ground in relation to Easy Repro as an open source toolkit for Power Platform test automation. And I wanted to get your thoughts, because the testing community haven't really adopted it as well as they should have, and I just wanted to get your opinion as to why that may be, because there have been some challenges on adoption for Easy Repro.
Totally fair question. Part of the challenges, I would think, because right now as it stands, is it's based off of like .NET framework and not exactly the newest one. It's a very good question. I'm trying to think of it as being a Microsoft representative here. One of the benefits of it is that it is supported by the product group through the issues and the milestone deliveries and so on. So we do have that. What I would say about it that I would take away, if you're evaluating different UI testing technologies, is one thing I think it does very well is it sets up a very strong architectural foundation of how to work with, especially if you're a Selenium tester, how to work with the browser drivers, and how to work with, interacting with the Dynamics 365 or Power Apps, model-driven apps UI. So at a minimum, I would say look at that. In terms of adoption, I can say the organizations that I work with, which are some of the biggest ones, we have got them working with it, some more than others. I'd say some of the challenges I think are honestly a lot of the bigger organizations have already had some tooling that they've invested in, so they're kind of staying with that, and they're looking at Easy Repro as like, what can I learn from it? So if you're looking at it from that angle, if you're in that kind of place, I would say, look at the source, look at how the XPath is designed and how it interacts with it to understand the right way. Because I've seen some really great tools from the community that are leveraging some of the newest tech, like using Playwright or using Puppeteer or using want to build more towards a full stack type developer, and they all work really well. And I think in terms of tooling, it's great to be flexible. Just think about when you're building these things, how to build that foundation so that you're designing things that you could quickly shift your UI from your browser and the piece that actually interacts with the driver. So for instance, how Easy Repro was able to quickly shift from the legacy user interface to the unified interface by simply having that decoupling between the browser and the UI, how the XPath is working, and how specifically how we're interacting with the browser as a user would be. So trying to limit how much JavaScript you're submitting to the browser and so on, because as a end user, I'm not going to be doing that kind of stuff, right? I'm going to go in, open a browser, click on things, and do work like I normally would. So it just depends on what kind of testing you're doing. But a lot of the customers that I work with, what they like about Easy Repro is that it simulates the user activity, has the performance center metric piece already built in. So by including the application insights key, you can already get those performance metrics that are similar to what you see now in the monitoring tool.
Thank you once again, Ali, for that. Really, really valuable. Yeah, we would love to get you on at some point again in the future. But any last words for the community? Okay, so that was Ali Youssefi, and that was a great demo for those who are not already using GitHub, and Azure monitoring. That was a great use case. I know for Power Platform, we don't really get that level of telemetry, and it would be good to start implementing that level. Now, I've kept the next gentleman waiting for far too long. Maik, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Ah, Maik, yeah.
Right.
So last but not least, but we do have Maik, and he's got a great session on PowerShell and Azure. So Maik, I know you're the last session of the day, but I know a lot of people are hanging on to hear from you. So without further ado, if you could share your screen, that would be great.
Yeah, I will. Get it started.
So Maik, where are you dialing in from today?
From the Netherlands.
From the Netherlands. So it's very late in the Netherlands now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not very late. Yeah, 10 o'clock.
Yeah, 10 o'clock. Well, thanks again, and without further ado, over to you, Maik.
Yeah, thanks, man. Okay, hello guys. Thank you for joining this session. I will be talking to you today about basically creating a PowerShell script and moving that from a PowerShell script itself to an Azure DevOps extensions with a few thousand installations. During this session, I will talk to you about my experiences that I had with building scripts and also building Azure DevOps extensions, but also seeing one of my extensions basically got installed a lot on a different Azure DevOps environment. And I had a lot of experiences during that time building that and also maintaining that as well. But if we really look at the problem we normally have, I normally take a reference to basically one of the things I do with my kids. With one of my kids, I watch a lot of Pokemon cartoons, as he's a real big fan of Pokemon cartoons. And you can see this small Pokemon evolving in basically one larger Pokemon. And even if it's evolved to that size of Pokemon, it evolves again to another size over time. That's basically what happened with me developing PowerShell scripts against certain platforms and moving that to a generic piece of code or a generic piece of tooling within my environment. So what basically happened is this is just a small example of a script you could have within your environment that just creates a resource group in the Azure platform but also directly places a resource lock on that resource group. And over time, you would like to evolve that to a generic piece, because certain pieces you build, you will be reusing that to in different situations, maybe in different customers as well. So that needs to be evolved to something larger. So maybe in some time you also add tagging capabilities to that script. And after that, if you have that tagging capabilities and you have a real good piece of code, it can evolve to something that you can use in the interface, that you can use within your automations. So that's basically a situation where I got in, and where a lot of people are in at this moment. If I look at companies in how they build their PowerShell script files, they reuse those scripts in very different situations on different organizations, but still keep copying that script over and over again to different environments, basically losing track of what they have built and how it runs. So that's basically the problem we'll be talking about today, and I will also show you how you can start off building your extensions, and I will show my lessons learned I have. But first, let me further introduce myself. So just like I said before, I'm Maik van Gaag. I live in the Netherlands at this moment, and I'm the CTO of 350. 350 is a consultancy company in the Netherlands specialized in Microsoft technologies. And next to that, I'm also a Microsoft certified trainer, so I give a lot of Microsoft trainings around the country. And otherwise, I'm also the founder of the Dutch Cloud Meetup. What a meetup group is within the Netherlands, where we have a lot of Microsoft-centric sessions, but sometimes always also AWS or Google Cloud platforms. So if we further go down, so basically extensions. What are extensions? How can we use those extensions? What can we do with it? And what can we do with it, for example, in Azure DevOps? So within Azure DevOps, there are certain types of extensions. So you don't only have, for example, the pipeline extensions that you see very often, but you also have the dashboard widgets. You have work item extensions. You have basically hub extensions that are basically different pages within Azure DevOps, but you also have actions for on the hub. So basically there are hub pages. You can also create separate extensions for actions within that hub. So you have different type of extensions, and basically where we are focusing on today are the pipeline extensions, where you will see that you can really reuse the scripts you create within a pipeline task and run that within your Azure DevOps environment. So if we have basically an extension, where does extension consist of? So basically an extension can have multiple layers depending on the information you want, depending on the type you are building. So they normally exist of an extension manifest file. That's just basically a JSON file with all the information you need regarding that extension. You have some discovery assets, so as your Markdown file with the information, how you can use it, how you can install it, how you can configure it, together with some screenshots and the icon as well. And you have the static files, basically the script files you need for the PowerShell, or maybe if you're building a hub extension, you can also have HTML files and also some CSS files as well. Placing this all together will deliver you basically an extension. So let's dig down a little bit deeper and see what you really need to get started. One of the prerequisites you really need, and it's not much, you have to have, if you want to start easily, of course, you have to have Node installed on your PC. And you can also use the TFX CLI. That's basically a Node CLI for Azure DevOps. So that's a platform-independent CLI that you can use within your Windows machine to scaffold extensions. So you can really start off with scaffolding the complete folder you need to build that extension. But it also contains a lot of tasks you can do against the Azure DevOps platform. So it's not only for building the extensions, but it really helps you with building the extensions, scaffolding the folder that you need for the extension, and also installing the extension right away on the DevOps environment itself and generating the packages around it. Later on in the demonstration, where we will just move on basically my time frame as well as that when I've started learning building extensions. You can also see that we moved from basically using the TFX CLI tooling to the automated tooling that Azure DevOps delivers for you to also automatically build your extensions. So if we have the prerequisites installed, the first thing you do is basically starting off creating your folder with the files you need. And there's basically also a downside to everything around the scaffolding. Is as I'm a Microsoft guy and I write a lot of PowerShell scripts to talk to different services like the Azure platform, I really wanted to have a small component that I could reuse easily on my extensions. So for example, if I think of a nice capability. So for example, a few years back, I think it's 1 year, 2 years back, I just thought of I needed a functionality within the platform. And in this example, it was the Azure DevOps platform to trigger different pipelines. For example, you are running a release pipeline, but from that release pipeline, you also want to trigger a different release pipeline and maybe also a specific stage within that pipeline as well. So I thought, okay, I have a PowerShell script, but I want to have that easily encapsulated within an extension so that I can reuse it, but my colleague can reuse it as well in his project. And maybe people in the community want to reuse that extension as well. So that's why I really like the PowerShell versions, because it makes it very easy from you to use your PowerShell script and incorporate it to that extension. And the only downside there was that basically the scaffolding of the TFX CLI does not contain the scaffolding files for the PowerShell extension. So basically what I namely do, I just create a default folder for my extensions in where I have everything prepped already for my extensions. And basically what you can see here at the right side of the slide is that there are specific files and folder structure you need to use for your extension. So basically what you can see here is that we have a README file that basically contains the information about the extension, what does the extension do and how does it work. You have the visa extension.json, that's basically the encapsulation of your task and your extension, and contains a lot of information regarding the extension. We will dig down later into it. You have an icon.png. Of course, you need an icon for your extension, otherwise it doesn't look cool within the interface. And maybe if you want to sell it or share it with the community for free, it needs to look cool on the marketplace as well. And then you have basically the task name folder, and that's basically that's a folder that you call with a specific name of your task, and that contains basically all the information you need to run the task on the Azure DevOps platform. So you have a task.json with the separate information, and maybe also the input fields you want on the extension. You have the PowerShell file. Of course, that's the file that really kicks off the task itself. And you have a ps_modules folder. So basically, if you use external modules within your extension, you can use this folder to pre-install basically the modules within that folder. Otherwise, you can also retrieve the modules, of course, in execution time. But that really makes sure that you maybe have different versions, and it also slows down the task as well, because you need to get that module externally. So I normally incorporate it completely within that ps_modules folder to have a very clean and fast task within Azure DevOps. If we dig some a little bit deeper into the files, this is, for example, the properties that you have within a VS extension.json, where you can see that there's a lot of information on the extension itself. So who's the publisher? What's the version? Give it a specific ID. You have the specific targets. So you have the specific targets. Can we use it on the cloud, for example, in Azure DevOps? Or is it just a Team Foundation server version? And that's basically the Azure DevOps server versions. You still see in building extensions for the Azure DevOps platform, you see a lot of references still to the old Azure DevOps system like VSDS and Team Foundation. So there are still some old references in there, and I think they will be in there until the end of time of the complete platform. You have the different type of scope. So basically, where are you scoping your extensions? Are you scoping it to the pipeline section? Are you scoping it to the work items and everything? You have some base URIs, contributions folders. Those basically contain only the information about the things itself. So basically what you see here is example of a VSS extension.json file where you can see the different types. So you can see the scope in here as well. So it's basically scope to the build part, and scoping it to the build part will make sure that you can use the extension within the pipelines and within the releases. So you can have the categories as well. You can have some branding. Basically, this branding is used within the Visual Studio Marketplace. And you can also place, for example, screenshots and everything in here in this file to make sure that your extension looks cool in the marketplace. You have some repository types so that you can link to the repository. Later on, I will show you some things on the marketplace that really reference to this file. So basically, the complete marketplace entry that you get within the Visual Studio Marketplace is referenced from this file. If you then move over to the task.json, it really contains the information about the task and the thing you are executing on the platform. You have some type of the same information that's in the VS extension.json. So you again have the author, you have a friendly name for your extension so that you have a real friendly name within the UI of Azure DevOps itself. You have some specific grouping for the UI, and that's basically grouping for your task properties. So for example, if you are building a task, that task will certainly need input properties as well. I can think of a script that really doesn't need any type of input in, for example, string values, information. So that's basically where you use the groups and inputs. So in the UI, you can see that you have different groups. That's basically UI related in the tasks session and in the classic release pipelines. And you have the inputs for what do you want to input. And of course, you have an execution part where you specify what you want to execute if this script starts. So basically, I was also referencing the groups and the inputs. And as you all may know, we also have the YAML pipelines within the platform. Building an extension for Azure DevOps and basically building an extension for the build execution and the release execution can also be used in the YAML pipelines. But you see here as well is that you still have the group section, you still have the input section. The input section really references directly to the input properties as well that you have in YAML. But for example, the groups aren't usable within the YAML section. That's only used for the interface you have within a release pipeline of adding your task as well. So I have an example here as well for a task itself. So you have the task friendly name, you have a category, again a version, and of course on down you have a PowerShell where you have a target to your specific script file. But it's nice to show you in screenshots, but first let's go and just get a quick feeling on how we can build an extension. So if we go to Visual Studio Code, I have some prepped folders in here already. So basically I have a prepped folder in here with the default files I just discussed. So we have the VSS extension.json. You can see that we in here have some specific reference. So I have a name for the extension. I have a publisher. So basically what you need to be able to publish your extensions in the marketplace, you have to have a publisher. So I will show you later on how that looks like. In the marketplace section, we have the README file. We have some specific tags. Basically, these tags will also be visible on the marketplace section. We have some specific contributions for the tasks. We have some links to get started. Basically, these are now referencing my GitHub repository. And again, we have a files path, basically pointing to the path that my extension lives in. So basically, if you see the README, it's empty. So the information on the marketplace item will also be empty. If you look at the task.json, we have a small file specifying what the task is. We again have the name. We also have a friendly name. We have hello from an Azure DevOps pipeline task. We have some markdown if possible. And of course, the execution. This is basically the main and important part of the file. This references the execution part. So what do I need to execute when this pipeline starts? So this is just a task.ps1 file. So you can here see that it's quite easy just to have a PowerShell script within your extension and make it executable for your platform. So for example, if I would like to execute something different that contains no input, I can just paste it in here, build the extension, publish it to my Azure DevOps environment and run the task. And I can use that task to run multiple times in different environments. I don't have to copy over the script. No, I have an extension that I can share with people to use that extension. So what does the TFX CLI look like? So if, for example, I just open the PowerShell window, let me point it to the correct folder. And in this PowerShell window, oh, that's the wrong one. Let me get this one over to my other screen. You can do different situations. So you have the TFX CLI. It's also already installed on my machine. And basically what you need to do is log in to the TFX CLI, of course, and point it to the correct Azure DevOps organization you are working with. So let me point it to my MO organization. Let me copy in over a personal access token. So basically communicating with the Azure DevOps platform through the TFX CLI is done using personal access token. So you have to generate a personal access token in the platform to do that communication. So I'm now logged in correctly. And now I can basically build up the extension itself. So there is a command that you can use to create the extension based on the manifest files. So basically the vss-extension.json file is the manifest file for the extension itself. And that is used to build up the extension. So if we execute this, we can see that the extension is created. And what you can also see in the background is that we get a VSX file. Basically, this file contains everything regarding my extension. So we can publish this extension to the marketplace. Let me just check. Yeah, it's in there. Okay. Let me check if this now works. Basically, you also have an action within TFX to install extensions on a publisher. But let me do it this now manually. So if we go to the Visual Studio Marketplace, I'm not sure if everyone has ever seen this, but in the top bottom, you normally can log in. So at this moment, I'm already logged in. And you can click on the buttons, build your own. You will get to a documentation page of Microsoft, or you can already publish your extensions. And then you will move to a management section of the marketplace where you can publish your extension. You can see that at this moment, I have two publishers. I have a Maik van der Gaag publisher and I have a development van der Gaag publisher. Maik van der Gaag publisher I use for my public extensions. Those are already published and already used and also installed on many environments, but they also have the development. I basically use this part for developing my extensions and also doing beta testing. So for example, if I build a new feature for an extension, I firstly publish it to here. I give other people access to that extension to make sure that they can really reuse that extension as well, and that they can check if everything works correctly. So you can see here that we can add an extension. So let me check Azure DevOps, drag and drop the file. Let me get to the correct point, extension, prep, and drag and drop it in here. Oh, let me just click and upload. Oh, sure, it works then. Not sure what it did. Presentations, JB, extension, prep, PSX file. So what you can see now here is that the extension itself appears here. It's a private extension, so it's not visible on the marketplace. It is 0.0.5 version, and it's called Hello Global Automation Bootcamp. And it's also verified as well. So basically what happens if you upload a new extension, background process verifies the file and makes sure that no malicious things are in that extension. What I can also do the view extension. This is the normal view of an extension in the marketplace where you can see the different things arising. So basically you can see the icon I have, you can see the categories, you can see the text as well. And you can also see the get it for free button. But first I need to manage it because this is a private extension. I firstly need to share it with a specific organization, and otherwise I cannot install it on an environment. So let me share it with my demo environment. Close this up. I go back to the view extension page. I can click on get it free. Yes, it's a free extension. It will open another page where I'm already logged in, of course, because I'm still logged in on this interface. And it will ask me, okay, to which Azure DevOps organization do you want it to install? Basically, it will give you a drop-down list with the organizations that I have for this account. And I can install it right away. So I'm not sure why it isn't loading. Refresh the screen and just do it on another tab. Maybe that works. Yeah, there it is. So it's loading my organizations. You can see that I only have one organization. You're all set. Okay, so it's now installed on my organization. And I'm now also in my organization. And if I check the organization settings and the extensions part, I'll see that extension here as well. That's developed by the specific publisher I'm using. So basically this extension can now be used in any kind of release flow there is. So let me just, for the demonstration, use a classical pipeline so that you can also see that there's an interface on it, but of course you can still use the YAML pipeline. And if you're capable of doing YAML, you should really use the YAML part as well. What you can see here now, I have the extension here. I see the same icon. I can add it to my task field. And as you can see here as well, basically I still don't have any input tasks in here as well. I only have a display name. And if I want, I could save this one. Let me just create a release for the demonstration. And you will see that the release will be kicked off. It will be queued, it will run, and it will just print out the message I have within the extension. But if you move that further, and basically if you are looking at communicating, for example, to Azure, you all know that if you use an Azure extension in Azure DevOps, you have, and let me just quickly show you this as well. Let me just run this. And normally, if you, for example, if you use an Azure Powershell function, if we get Powershell, yeah, let me just add it. You always get this drop down. So you have to configure a service connection to your Azure platform to be able to deploy resources. That service connection makes sure that you are signed into the platform and that you can do the specific actions you want. So when building your extensions and when you're building extensions against the Azure platform, you want to use the same mechanism. And basically the extension part is already completely prepared for that as well. So I have a prepared extension in here, and that basically is more like the same as the other extension that I just showed you with just a lot of more files. So if we just simply scroll through it, this is the extension file. That's basically not that specific, but if we look at the task.json, it's also the same. The only thing that really changes is basically the input section. So basically the input section specifies which input parameters you have within Azure DevOps itself. So you can see here that we have an input called connected service name, and basically that connected service name will give you the service connection drop-down for Azure, making sure that you can reuse that connection and use it in your extension and really do those actions in the same way you are used to with the other extensions of Microsoft itself. The other things are just other types of inputs, but also this one is also good to mention. So for example, if I click on a subscription on this input field, this extension makes sure that the resource groups displayed in this list are the resource groups that are in that extension. So it will give you a drop down of all the resource groups in the extension itself. Same, for example, for the locations. You can fill in the text in a text field. So you also have different types of fields. So you can see here that I have a multi-line for my text. That's basically a string, and I have a Boolean field, and that will be a checkbox for if I need to place a lock. You can see here that I have specific data source bindings. These data source bindings are specified within the VSS extension file, and those really specify what you have to query. So if we look at, let me check where they are. I will get them later for you. There are specific extension. I'm not sure if it's prepped in this version of the extension itself. But basically, the data source bindings specify what you want to query. So for in this example, we are querying an API, and that API returns the resource group names with the used connection service name, and the same for the location. So it will give you back the specific locations that can be used. And of course, we also have the run task. So basically, when this extension starts, it starts with the run task. And what you see then here is in the run task, you can also see that we are loading the modules. So we have some module files in the script root part, and we get some, as you can see here, it's still referencing the old name, the VSTS input, but it does a function called get VSTS input. So it's getting an input value from your tasks fields within your task. Basically, for example, in this example, it gets the connection server name. So here is the service name retrieved from the input. And later on, you can see, for example, that it's get the input based on that service name. And a little bit deeper, it has an initialize AC module, meaning that it will initialize the connection with Azure based on the endpoint you retrieved with the service name. So basically the PowerShell modules that are available for building extensions are you can use to completely build up that connection to Azure in the same way Microsoft does with its extensions to perform the task you want. So as you can see here as well, the next thing I do is I load in my own Azure Resource Group PowerShell script to perform the different tasks within Azure. And there is no logging mechanism in here because everything for the logging is done here to initialize that AC module and make sure that the connection is built up to that specific Azure environment just based on a specific PowerShell module that you can use against the platform. So for using the input values, you use the VSTS task SDK. You can use that to get those methods for the get VSTS input. And you have the VSTS Azure helpers to really build up that connection for you. You just place in those modules in this folder and import those connections and really reuse those modules to make that connection, build it up, and make sure that you can use that connection. So if we go back to the slides. So basically, what did we do? So basically, we scaffolded the folder. I prepped the folder for you guys. Now you can update the task.json, VS extension JSON to really make sure that your extension is in the way you would like. Then you would normally add the VSTS task.SDK module to make sure that you can use that the input field. Then you package up that extension and make sure that you really have that VSX file that you can upload it to your marketplace, and you can install that extension in your specific DevOps environment to use it and maintain it as well and run it within your tasks. So now we, as we now have seen how easy, I think it's easy, but how relatively easy it is to build your extensions if you just write your PowerShell scripts. And I've been in a lot of companies where they use a lot of PowerShell scripts and they just copy over them from one organization to another, from one project to another. And they are not really using about building them up generically or building up private publishers, because you don't need to, if you publish extensions to the marketplace, you don't have to do that publicly. So for example, if an organization wants to build PowerShell extensions, you can use a private marketplace publisher for your organizations, where you can give specific people the access rights and use those extensions within your Azure DevOps environment just to make it easy. So I've built a lot of extensions for companies where we generate markdown files from documentation parts to specific actions in Azure, and really leverage that platform. So if we look at the journey of what I've done with my own extensions is in 2017, I started writing a simple PowerShell script to publish Power BI reports to the Power BI platform. The problem that I saw with Power BI is that it was relatively easy to build up Power BI reports, but there was no easy way to publish those reports to the platform. So, for example, if you build a Power BI report, mainly at our company, they were attaching it to the dev database. They published it to Power BI, then they attached it to the staging interface. They published it to Power BI, then they connected it to the production environment and published it to Power BI. And I said to the guys, okay, why are you doing this manually? You can automate this. So I started off building a script to get those PBX files, publish them to the right environment, and also making some small changes to it afterwards, just to move them automatically from dev, staging to production, and making sure that the data connection in the Power BI files was correctly configured. So that's basically where I started off. Then in December of 2017, I published that PowerShell script as the Power BI Actions extension. So I really started building up my first extension, as this was one of my first extensions, just to make sure that the script I wrote was used in many more situations, but also made it easier for the people I worked with to use those scripts at other organizations as well. But me still being able to manage the script itself, meaning that before that, they were just taking my scripts to different organizations, they deployed it there, and then they got back to me, okay, Mike, I found a bug, you need to fix it. Okay, I fixed it. That bug only moved to that organization. The other organizations it was already running in did not have that bug fix. So that's why I built that extension. So if I fixed the bug, I fixed it in the extension, and the extension automatically got installed on each and different organizations in Azure DevOps. And then it was called Power BI Actions extensions. In January of 2018, the extension itself got notified by Microsoft. I got some email from people within Microsoft that were stating, okay, you have a really nice extension. Let's look together with how we can do this, and we are building an extension ourselves as well. I said, okay, I really want to look at your white paper. They were writing a white paper at that time as well. And I said, okay, you can build your own extension if you want, but my extension is free as well in the marketplace, and it can really be used by anyone. So I said to them, don't bother, just use my extension. And then a few months later, and Microsoft still didn't have that extension available in the marketplace. I really started thinking, okay, we have the Power BI API. How can we really leverage that API to really enhance my extension as well? So I deprecated the first version. That basically was then the Power BI upload extension, how it's called correctly. and I created the Power BI actions. So I've incorporated more actions within my extension to perform all sort of things within the Power BI platform. That really made my extension, in my opinion, a great success. Because that extension grew from 500 users till at this moment I'm almost at 5,000 active installations. So that's basically 5,000 different organizations that use my extension and really use it a lot as well. So that really made me think about, okay, I've published that extension. My installation base goes from 500 to a couple of thousand. How do I maintain that extension myself? So I added a lot of automation around my extension itself to be able to manage it as well. So for example, if I do a bug fix, I just do a git push of my local branch and my pipelines are triggered and everything is deployed automatically as well. That's what I did in 2018. In 2019, I have added some small features and small actions based on the feature requests I keep getting on my repository. And in 2020, mid-2020, I've added the service principal support. So Power BI connections were still made with user accounts. In 2020, Microsoft added the service principal support for the APIs. And that was basically one of the largest releases I did for that extension. And then we are in 2021. So if we now look at the Power BI extensions we have, so the first one that I deprecated in 2018, that's called the publish Power BI file, still has some active installations of 1100. So people are still using that extension. It's been already deprecated for a long time. If you look now at the Power BI actions file that's started in 2018 after deprecating the other one, now has 4,100 installations that are actively using that extension. You can also see that because of the extensions I've built, I've also got into other top extensions. So basically the thing that I learned, I will show you later on in that extension. So if you look at the extension I've built, I now have basically I have 4 real active extensions that are mainly used within different organizations, and those are basically the Power BI Actions extension, the Trigger Azure DevOps pipeline, and the version number counter, and the file content to variable extension that are really actively used within organizations that they can use. So let me just do another small short demo of basically what I have. So if we look at the extensions part, and if I just query my own name, I get a page with all my extensions. Here you can see that there are the different extensions. You can see that the amount of installations. You can also see the marketplace. Basically, you can now see the marketplace with completely filled in information, how you need to use it, how the connection is built up, what the output is, for example, if you run this extension, and references to other different information. You can also see the version releases we have done on this extension to make sure that people know what changes on the extension itself. If you, for example, look at the deprecated version, it's still on the marketplace. And you may think, okay, why is it still on the marketplace? I cannot deactivate the extension if there are still active installations of this extension. So as there are now still 1,100 installations, I don't think I will ever be able to deprecate it completely. But I really don't do any support on this extension anymore because all the functionalities are built in the Actions one. And this is basically a really old one as well. If we look at the automation that I've built in the time, so basically when I moved from just a PowerShell script to an Azure DevOps extension, I also created a GitHub repository. So I mainly publish all my extensions to that GitHub repository that I built myself. So where you can really see that we have the specific code, so it's able for you to get and maybe reuse if you are starting to build extensions. But you can also see how I built everything. So you can see that we have a Power BI Actions extensions, for example, here. and where I also have the complete data in here. So when I started the Power BI extensions, and you can see it in the old version, I built my own module. So basically, I built up my own Power BI module around the APIs of Azure of Power BI, and you can also see Power BI moving along in time. So when I built my own Power BI module, it was completely great. And what I saw this year, at the start of this year, Microsoft also came with its own module, with its own PowerShell, Power BI module for PowerShell. So what I've been doing since then is slowly incorporating the parts Microsoft built, meaning that I don't have to maintain my own PowerShell module anymore. No, Microsoft is maintaining it, and I'm just leveraging those capabilities in my own extension, making sure that I do not have to do all that work I've done for years now, and Microsoft does a small part of that work for me. So that's what you basically see here. So you still see here my own module. And this is basically the old version for my largest release this year. And if you look at the new one, you can see that we are leveraging the modules that Microsoft made for Power BI. So I still have some capabilities in here of my own module, but I'm slowly moving those capabilities, if they are available at this moment, to the Power BI module to make sure that Microsoft is maintaining all those things. And in Azure DevOps, I created the complete automation regarding my extension. So if I do my check-ins within GitHub, my pipelines will run. And basically what my pipelines will do, they will just build the extension. They will do some small PowerScript analyzing, package the extension itself. So those were basically the manual tasks I just showed you within the Windows terminal. If it's packaged, it will place them in the pipeline output, and then it will be deployed to my test environment. And that's basically my test publisher I just showed you. If it's published there, I can share it to different organizations so that they can test it out and wait on their replies on how it's finished. And if I move it to, for example, my main branch, the publish part of the pipeline will run as well, making sure that my extension is published to my main publisher, meaning that it's available for everyone in the marketplace and available to install as well. What I maybe can show you as well, this is basically one of the old versions, as Azure DevOps, of course, is evolving as well. I'm also moving my old pipelines, so basically my classic pipelines, to the YAML parts. So you still see the old pipelines here as well. So we still have, for example, if we look at the published Power BI file, we still have an old release pipeline still available that did the release of my extensions. So you can see that there are extensions already available within the Azure DevOps platform to build and publish your extensions, making it really easy for you to get started and also get started with the automation around it. If you get started, just try to use the YAML parts of the release pipelines itself. So then I just switch back to the presentation itself. So basically, what were the lessons I've learned of building the extensions myself? The main thing that I thought of is that when I started it, I thought, okay, it will be an extension. Maybe I will get 10, 15 installations on organizations. But when it really hit off and the installations got started, and we had a lot of installations, and we tipped 1,000 installations, it was taking up a lot of time for me to manage the extension itself as well, because you will get a lot of issues in GitHub. Basically, not all issues that you get are real issues. Mainly, I think 80% of the issues you get in GitHub are just questions. Okay, how can I do this? How can I do that? So you really needed to make sure that the documentation around the extension is in a correct order, but you also need to make sure that you have to think of the fact that people use your extensions that do not know what the capabilities of the platform are. So I think 50% of the questions I get are from people that see the extensions, that know some default functionality of Azure DevOps and start using the extensions. So if you ask them questions about did you configure the service connection? How did you configure this? They are not capable of giving you a good and okay answer as well. And the main part as well for me is that I am not a Power BI expert. I'm an Azure DevOps expert and an Azure expert. So I'm not aware of how Power BI works. And that is also things that are happening. I also get a lot of Power BI questions because they think, okay, you built this extension for Power BI. You must know Power BI as well. Yeah, I know the basic part, but I'm not aware of the complete functionality of Power BI because it's a large product as well. So I sometimes also ask really the help of people that send me issues as well. Okay, if we do this, can we do that? Can you maybe send me a test Power BI file of your situation so that I can test out the scenarios? And that's also the thing that got me started with the beta testing of the extension itself for different users, to really make sure that the things I'm delivering to the customers really works and that they can test it before I publish it to production. Basically, if you want to get started with an extension and you want to get those thousands of installations, you really need to find a good IDE. This was not intended for me. The same for the trigger pipeline extension. I did not intend it to get 1,000 or more installations on those extensions. I was just having fun with technology, just having fun with building Power BI scripts, just having fun with the Azure DevOps platform. So normally, I think you will have the best ideas when you're just having fun, and you are doing the things that you love. So basically, that's also the thing I've learned, and that will also be a tipping point in me managing the extensions as well. As long as I'm having fun, and as long as I love doing what I'm doing, I will keep managing those extensions. But if it gets too much, I just need to stop that as well, because it really takes up a lot of time. You really need to think that as well. If you publicly are developing extensions and really placing them on the marketplace for free. So just to get back to the end, so we saw that we built an extension and that it was relatively easy to start off with this PowerShell script and using that extension. And then you also had some lessons from me on what you need to think of if you would like to start an extension and do that publicly as well. There are some small resources here available for you that you can use to get started. You can also use my GitHub repository for samples, of course, if you want. It's all publicly available. You can reuse PowerShell scripts if you want as well. That's completely no problem. I hope that you had a lot of fun during my session, that you learned a lot about how you need to build extensions and what it really takes to manage those extensions as well. So if you want to get in contact, you can look at my LinkedIn. You can follow me on Twitter. You can also have a look at my website, where I also have a lot of information regarding extensions. And if you have some real direct questions that you want to ask me, you can also email me as well. So thank you for being here at this time as well. And I hope you enjoyed the session. And if there are any questions, we still have approximately 5 minutes. So
thank you for that, Maik. So I have to say that, first of all, thank you not only for sharing, obviously, the extension, but your story. And I think the story is very, very important, because I also know a couple of other MVPs, like yourself, who built extensions for tools for Azure DevOps. For example, the Dynamics 365 Power Apps tasks for Azure DevOps, for example, by Weare. One of the things I do know about that story was that it began as a community initiative, and before you know it, the world depends on your tool. But then obviously Microsoft will try and make an initiative to release something, for example, the Power Apps tool. But we'll find that, for some reason, the community, for whatever reason, maybe it's ease of use, maybe it's just simplicity, and maybe the feature gaps or wherever parity, and what I've seen, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but I've seen that the community extensions are always far more successful with users. I can't think of any other examples from Microsoft extensions for Azure DevOps, but what I can tell you is that from community-based extension they definitely are a lot more adopted. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's true. That basically depends on the starting point when you start with an extension. Normally you see that someone in the community will start off with a functionality in an extension, and then Microsoft will pick it up and I think, okay, we need something for this as well. So they are later in the tree, of course. So they are later to the party, meaning that a lot of people already know that community extension. That's one of the problems. And what I normally see is that there are also a feature gap in there as well. What I saw with my Power BI extension, what I showed you during the timeline as well, is that I got contacted by Microsoft. Basically, the first thing they said to me, okay, you cannot use that Power BI icon. I said, okay, why not? Yeah, you just can't. Okay. And now I asked, and they said, okay, an advocate will just contact you and we will make sure that there's no problem. I never had any contact with an advocate as well. But what they also said, and what I mentioned already, is that they will want to build their own extension. And a month later, I got a link to the repository of that extension. And not anything bad about Microsoft, but it had a complete feature gap with my extension. So I was really wondering, okay, why, if you're on Microsoft, why are you building this extension? If you see a community effort that has a lot more features in it, you can see the PowerShell script. So it's also a real clean extension. So to my opinion, of course, but it's a clean extension. So why are you taking the effort of building an extension? And I can give you an example as well. And it's basically last year I built an extension for ARM TTK. And basically ARM TTK is a testing framework for ARM templates. And I started building that extension. And after publishing my extension, a few weeks later, I saw another community-based ARM TTK extension. But that ARM TTK extension had a lot more features. So the first thing I did is just deprecate my own functionality and started using the other one. Because I wanted to support the community itself. And also thinking, okay, I can also build out my own extension, but why would I do that if there's already another extension that's also community-based, that looks good and has a lot of more functionality than I can build. So let's just use another one. And that's basically part of mindset as well.
Yeah, interesting. But look, you've got a lot of extensions. I mean, the MVPs, I know they either have one or maybe two, projects. And as you mentioned, it is driven by passion, nothing but passion, really. And at some point, that passion, how long can you keep that passion up? And I think, that's probably, I think that's the main advantage Microsoft has, I guess, is, is really that. But to be honest, like I said, these the tools I've seen are being used, they're maintained continuously, and then the community maintains them as well. Because once it becomes open source, then you have other contributors that contribute towards it, and it becomes a community, right? And then the power of community is you can't beat that, right? That camaraderie, to support the effort and the goal together. That's what really wins at the end of the day. And I just want to thank you for building these extensions, because I know that there are a lot of challenges when it comes to doing deployments, and especially on the Power Platform. Power Platform, you've got Power Apps, Power Automate, you've got Power BI. These low-code tools, solutions, are not regular applications, as in they are low code, which means that they require a lot of configuration data, and a lot of variables, and so a lot of environment variables, and so the pipelines tend to have a lot of nuances compared to traditional web apps, for example. So it is a bit more challenging to build the pipelines for these for Power Platform, but they do provide a lot of value, because essentially what you're doing is you're providing a deployment pipeline for a low code platform, and it does provide a hell of a lot of value when you're giving so much power to your end users to use these applications to build their solutions, whether it's an app, whether it's a report. So there's a huge opportunity here for these types of extensions, and I think you've definitely done that. So I just want to thank you again, Maik. I know we've gone over. I know it's very late for you, Maik, but do you have any final comments or thoughts?
No, not really. I just hope if you had a great session, and I think I'll just go to bed because I have a soccer game I have to manage tomorrow. So
thank you so much for that. I hope your soccer game goes well, and thank you for everyone who attended and stayed till the very end, because we are continuing tomorrow at 6 a.m. We will continue this event. So I just want to thank everyone. Thank you again, Maik, and all the speakers from today, and for your effort. And it just shows the power of community, the power of open source, really, and that's the future, really. So once again, Maik, thank you for everything you've done for the community.
Thanks for having me as well.
Awesome, guys. So thanks. So have a good evening, everyone, and make sure you wake up. Obviously, we begin tomorrow at 6 a.m. So make sure you get some rest. And we've sent the emails out to everyone regarding the links for this weekend, for Saturday and Sunday. We have different links. Just for safe measure, I will post the links in this chat, because I'm just worried that some of you may get a bit worried in the morning. So what I will do is I will also share those links with you in this chat, so at least you have them. So anyway, some nice feedback for your session there, Maik. So we've got Arietta, Cyril, Heiko, all mentioning a big thanks for a highly valuable session. And yes, so what I'm doing now is I'm sharing the link for this weekend. Emails have gone out with all these links, guys, so you will have emails, but I am just sharing them here just in case you get into a muddle tomorrow. So I'm sharing the links here with you just in case. So here we are. There you are. So that's Saturday, and I'm also going to put Sundays in as well. I also want to thank all our sponsors for this event, for the Global Automation Bootcamp. So we have Docs42 for document automation. We have Solgari for omnichannel communications. We have Pact Publishing. We have some prizes to give away during the event. We have prizes to give away to the attendees as well as to the speakers. And also we have ScriptRunner, who you saw today earlier on, with their tool for a low-code approach to managing your script management and execution for maintaining your environment. So they also have a session on our bootcamp as well, on the PowerShell track in the following week. So I just want you to remind you all about that. So again, big thank you to our sponsors who are really helping us in making these events happen through COVID, and also to award the speakers with prizes for their efforts, for sharing all their content, as well as for you attendees. There will be some prizes for attendees as well. So for those who are highly engaged, who are very interactive, we will definitely be awarding prizes to you as well, guys. So please remember that.